this large would have had to boil.
Disturb the rotation of the earth. Now, if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma,
Earth in Upheaval is a book about the great tribulations to which the planet on which we travel was subjected in prehistorical and historical times. The pages of this book are transcripts of the testimony of mute witnesses, the rocks in the court of celestial traffic. They testify by their own appearance and by the encased contents of dead bodies, fossilized skeletons. Myriads upon myriads of living creatures came to life on this ball of rock, suspended in nothing, and returned to dust. Many died a natural death.
disturb the rotation of the earth. Now, if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma,
Earth in Upheaval is a book about the great tribulations to which the planet on which we travel was subjected in prehistorical and historical times. The pages of this book are transcripts of the testimony of mute witnesses, the rocks in the court of celestial traffic. They testify by their own appearance and by the encased contents of dead bodies, fossilized skeletons. Myriads upon myriads of living creatures came to life on this ball of rock, suspended in nothing, and returned to dust. Many died a natural death. Many were killed in wars between races and species, and many were entombed alive during the great paroxysms of nature in which land and sea contested in destruction. Whole tribes of fish that had filled the oceans suddenly ceased to exist. Of entire species and even genera of land animals, not a single survivor was left. The earth and the water, without which we cannot exist, suddenly turned into enemies and engulfed the animal kingdom, the human race included. And there was no shelter and no refuge. In such cataclysms, the land and the sea repeatedly changed places, laying dry the kingdom of the ocean and submerging the kingdoms of the land. In Worlds in Collision, I presented the chronicles of the very last series of such catastrophes, those that visited our Earth in the second and first millennia before the present era. Since these upheavals occurred in historical times, when the art of writing had already been perfected in the centers of ancient civilization, I described them mainly from historical documents, relying on celestial charts, calendars, and sundials, and water clocks, discovered by archaeologists, and drawing also upon classical literature, the sacred literature of East and West, the epics of the northern races, and the oral traditions of the primitive peoples from Lapland to the South Seas, geological vestiges of the events narrated in documents and traditions were indicated only here and there. When I felt that the immediate testimony of the rocks must be presented along with the historical evidence, I closed that description of cataclysmic events with a promise to attempt at a later date the reconstruction of similar global catastrophes of earlier times, one of them being the deluge. I had intended, after piecing together the history of these upheavals, to present geological and paleontological material to support the testimony of man. But the reception of worlds in collision by certain scientific groups persuaded me, before reviving the pageant of earlier catastrophes. To present, at least, some of the evidence of the rocks, which is as insistent as that carried down to our times by written records and by word of mouth. This testimony is never given in metaphors, and as with the pages of the Old Testament or of the Iliad, nothing can be changed in it. Pebbles and rocks and mountains in the bottom of the sea will bear witness. Do they know of the days, recent and ancient, when the harmony of this world was interrupted by the forces of nature? Have they entombed innumerable creatures and encased them in rock? Have they seen the ocean moving on continents and the continents sliding under water? Was this earth and the expanse of its seas showered with stones and covered by ashes? Were its forests uprooted by hurricanes and set afire, covered by tides carrying sand and debris from the bottom of the ocean? It takes millions of years for a log to be turned into coal, but only a single hour when burning. Here lies the core of the problem. Did the earth change in a slow process, a year added to a year and a million to a million? The peaceful ground of nature being the broad arena of the contest of throngs in which the fittest survived? Or did it happen, too, that the very arena itself, infuriated, rose against the contestants and made an end of their battles? I present here some pages from the Book of Nature. I have excluded from them all references to ancient literature, traditions, and folklore, and this I have done with intent, so that careless critics cannot decry the entire work as tales and legends. Stones and bones are the only witnesses. Mute as they are, they will testify clearly and unequivocally, yet dull ears and dimmed eyes will deny this evidence, and the dimmer the vision, the louder and more insistent will be the voices of protestation. This book was not written for those who swear by the verba magistri, the holiness of their school wisdom, and they may debate it without reading it as well. Author's note: in the body of Earth in Upheaval, I found nothing demanding revocation or change from the original edition of November 1950 time. Book's uncompromising stand of the followers of uniformitarian dogma, whether called gradualists, evolutionists, or Darwinists. Nothing of radical change in nature has taken place in the past, because nothing like it is observable at present. A view without logic, imagination, or basis in fact began to show signs of fracturing, pressing deeper cracks, and in ultimate collapse. The term cataclysmic evolution entered scientific literature. The term new catastrophism was offered to let it appear that the new tenets differ from Velikovsky's views, and a minor key was struck repeatedly, even in recognizing the interference of elementary forces in the course of history. Thus, the great global disturbances of the 15th or 8th century before the present era were made to appear as the result of an explosion of a single volcano, Thera, in the Aegean Sea. Yet, in some instances, like the discovery of the great submarine ridge encompassing the globe almost twice, the discoverer felt compelled to exclaim in print, "The discovery at this late date of the mid-ocean ridge and rift has raised fundamental questions about basic geological processes and the history of the Earth, and has even had reverberations in cosmology." And his discovery of the whitish ash underlying the beds of all the oceans and seas, the so-called Worzel ash, J.L. Worzel, was led to exclaim in print, "It may be necessary to attribute the layer to a worldwide volcanism, or perhaps to the fiery end of bodies of cosmic origin." And then occasionally I was confronted with entire faculties of geophysicists, as in Madison, Wisconsin, in 1967. who would claim that all signs of catastrophes resulted but from local events. I would prefer to the findings of Hazine or Warzel, or ask what local event could change the level of all oceans 34 centuries ago, as realized by R. Daly of Harvard in 1930 and confirmed by P. Kuchnin 1959, or change the climate all over the world, both 34 and 27 centuries ago. As clearly as the 1960s, I found that Earth in upheaval was displacing the origin of species in the courses of a number of geophysics. As in the case of my visit to Oberlin College in 1965 at Princeton University, Earth in Upheaval, from its publication, and for 2 decades, was required reading in the paleontology course of Professor Glenn Jepson, H.H. Hess, chairman of the Department of Geology, later Geophysics, told me that he knew Earth in Upheaval by heart. He debated it with me at the first open meeting of Cosmos and Chronos, which he founded on the campus of Princeton University in January 1965 for study and discussion of my work. Such groups sprang up on other campuses too. Today, the groups studying in the physical and geophysical fields find a center in Cosmos and Chronos physical sciences. I said I would not revoke anything from the original, it's hard to make that word out, that's a little better, edition of 1955. However, to one section I would like to make some pertinent remarks. By the 1950s, the hypothesis, 1920, of A. Wagner about drifting continents gained in acceptance for the advancement of science. A roll call showed equal numbers of supporters and opponents. In the later 60s, the trend took a dramatic turn. The ever unsatisfactory part of the hypothesis, the nature of the force that causes the continents to drift, and unequal attraction of the moon on various latitudes, Wagner, and periodical radioactive heating of the interior of the Earth, du Toit, was tackled anew, and in some unintended way I had a part in it. Here is the story. The forum address before the graduate forum of Princeton University, printed as a supplement at the end of this book, was read on October 14, 1953. In it, I claimed that Jupiter, being a charged body, emits radio signals, and that Earth, being a charged body, possesses a magnetosphere, and further, that this magnetosphere reaches all the way to the lunar orbit. All 3 claims were subsequently confirmed under dramatic circumstances and mark epochal detections. But under pressure of a campaign led by elite of the scientific community, I was barred for over 9 years from any contact with the student body. Well, that's just dirty, except when H.H. Hess had his say. A number of times following the publication of Earth in Upheaval, late in 1955, Hess invited me to speak to an audience of the professors and graduate students of his department. My position on continental drift was, and is, intermediary between that of those who reject his concept, H. Jeffreys, the leading British geophysicist, and V.V. Belousov, the leading Russian geophysicist, never ceased to be its most outspoken opponents, and those who support the idea. I would therefore not recognize the outline of the present continents as everlasting features, only extended by the drift of continents. The moving force was there by inertia, and the displacement of the strata could continue at an ever-diminishing rate for centuries. The volcanic activity and earthquakes I described resulting from these very occurrences, and decreasing with time. Once a professor from the University of Rhodesia came to a lecture at the same auditorium where I usually offered my challenge, and told that this expedition found the magnetic remnant intensity of lavas in Somalia and Ethiopia 1,000-fold stronger than the terrestrial magnetic field. Half a Gauss could invest in these lavas when cooling below the Pierre Curie point. Further, he described that in Arabia, the magnetic remnant direction was found reversed from that of neighboring Somalia and Ethiopia on the African coast. Once more, I teased the audience. You have to turn around Arabia in relation to Africa. If you wish to explain the phenomenon by continental drift and the thousand-fold strong magnetic remnants, you cannot explain even by rotating Arabia. One day, Hess showed me a design he was making of loops of magma traveling from the molten interior of the Earth toward its crust. He wished to hear my opinion on such loops. As a source of energy for moving continents, I did not show appreciation of such loops, entirely hypothetical, actually figments of an imagination. For a while I did not know that Harry, we started to call each other by our given names, made his theory known. I knew of enthusiastic supporters of plate tectonics like J. Tuzo Wilson of Toronto, but only from Walter Sullivan's Continents in Moulton, 1974, did I learn that Hess was the originator of the idea, and then I remembered these incidents Paul Wesson of Cambridge University collected from scientific literature over 70 arguments against plate tectonics in drifting continents. I remain unswayed either by the enthusiasts or by their opponents, only by learning what happened to the Earth less than 4,000 years ago, of which we have an inexhaustible store of human testimony, a little of which is collected in Worlds in Collision, and another store of unexplained, but carry its own explanation, scenery from all latitudes and longitudes. May we arrive at the understanding which so many are still afraid to face. In Alaska. To the north of Mount McKinley, the tallest mountain in North America, the Tanana River joins the Yukon. From the Tanana Valley and the valleys of its tributaries, gold is mined out of gravel and muck. This muck is a frozen mass of animals and trees. F. Rainey of the University of Alaska described the scene. Wide cuts, often several miles in length and sometimes as much as 140 feet in depth, are now being sliced out along stream valleys tributary to the Tanana in the Fairbanks district. In order to reach gold-bearing gravel beds, an overburden of frozen silt or muck is removed with hydraulic giants. This muck contains enormous numbers of frozen bones of extinct animals, such as the mammoth, mastodon, super bison, and horse. These animals perished in rather recent times. Present estimates place their extinction at the end of the Ice Age or in early post-glacial times. The soil of Alaska covered their bodies together with those of animals of species still surviving. Under what conditions did this great slaughter take place, in which millions upon millions of animals were torn limb from limb and mingled with uprooted trees? F.C. Hibben, the University of New Mexico, writes, although the formation of the deposits of muck is not clear, there is ample evidence that at least portions of this material were deposited under catastrophic conditions. Mammal remains are for the most part dismembered and disarticulated, even though some fragments yet retain, in their frozen state, portions of ligaments, skin, hair, and flesh. Twisted and torn trees are piled in splintered masses. At least 4 considerable layers of volcanic ash may be traced in these deposits, although they are extremely warped and distorted. Could it be that a volcanic eruption killed the animal population of Alaska? The streams carrying down into the valleys and bodies of the slaughtered animals. A volcanic eruption would have charred the trees, but would not have splintered them. If it killed animals, it would not have dismembered them. The presence of volcanic ash indicates that volcanic eruption did take place, and repeatedly, in 4 consecutive stages of the same epoch. It is also apparent that the trees could have been uprooted and splintered only by hurricane or flood or a combination of both agencies. The animals could have been dismembered only by a stupendous wave that lifted and carried and smashed and tore and buried millions of bodies and millions of trees. Also, the area of the catastrophe was much greater than the action of a few volcanoes could have covered. Muck deposits like those in the Tanana River Valley are found in the lower reaches of the Yukon, in the western part of the peninsula, on the Koyukuk River that flows into the Yukon from the north, and on the Kuskokwim River that empties its waters into the Bering Sea, and at several places along the Arctic coast, and so may be considered to extend in greater or lesser thickness over all unglaciated areas of the northern peninsula. What could have caused the Arctic Sea and the Pacific Ocean to erupt and wash away forests with all their animal population and throw the entire mingled mass in great heaps scattered all over Alaska, the coast of which is longer than the Atlantic seaboard from Newfoundland to Florida? Was it not a tectonic revolution in the Earth's crust that also caused the volcanoes to erupt and to cover the peninsula with ashes? In various levels of the muck, stone artifacts were found, frozen in situ at great depths and in apparent association with the Ice Age fauna, which implies that men were contemporary with extinct animals in Alaska. Worked flints, characteristically shaped, called Yuma points, were repeatedly found in the Alaskan muck, 100 and more feet below the surface. One such spear point was found there between a lion's jaw and a mammoth's tusk. Similar weapons were used only a few generations ago by the Indians of the Athabascan tribe who camped in the upper Tanana Valley. It has also been suggested that even modern Eskimo points are remarkably Yuma-like, all of which indicates that the multitudes of torn animals and splintered forests date from a time not many thousands of years ago. The Ivory Islands. The Arctic coast of Siberia is cold, bleak, and inhospitable. The sea is passable for ships maneuvering between floating ice for 2 months of the year. From September to the middle of July, the ocean north of Siberia is fettered, an unbroken desert of ice. Polar winds sweep over the frozen tundras of Siberia, where no tree grows and the soil is never tilled. In this exploratory voyage on the ship Vega in 1878, Nils Adolf Erik Nordenskjöld, the first to traverse the Northern Seaway from one end to the other, traveled for weeks along the coast from Novaya Zemlya to Cape Shelagoskoy, 170 degrees 30 east, on the eastern extremity of Siberia, without seeing a single human being on the shore. Fossil tusks of the mammoth and extinct elephant were found in northern Siberia and brought southward to markets at a very early time, possibly in the days of Pliny. In the 1st century of the present era, the Chinese excelled in working delicate designs in the ivory, much of which they obtained from the north and from the days of the conquest of Siberia, 1582, by the Cossack Yermak under Ivan the Terrible until our own times. Trade in mammoth tusks has gone on. Northern Siberia provided more than half the world's supply of ivory, many piano keys and billiard balls being made from the fossil tusks of these mammoths. In 1797, the body of a mammoth with flesh, skin, and hair was found in northeastern Siberia, and since then bodies of other mammoths have been unearthed from the frozen ground in various parts of the region. The flesh had the appearance of freshly frozen beef. It was edible, and wolves and sled dogs fed on it without harm. The ground must have been frozen ever since the day they were entombed. Had it not been frozen, the bodies of the mammoths would have been putrefied in a single summer. but they remained unspoiled for some thousands of years. It is, therefore, absolutely necessary to believe that the bodies were frozen up immediately after the animals died, and were never once thawed until the day of their discovery. High in the north, above Siberia, 600 miles inside the polar circle in the Arctic Ocean, lie the Velikovsky Islands. Velikovsky was a hunter who, in the days of Catherine II, ventured to these islands and brought back the report that they abounded in mammoth bones. Such was the enormous quantity of mammoths' remains that it seemed that the island was actually composed of the bones and tusks of elephants, cemented together by icy sand. The New Siberian Islands, discovered in 1805 and 1806, as well as the islands of Stolbovoy and Belkov to the west, present the same picture. The soil of these desolate islands is absolutely packed full of the bones of elephants and rhinoceroses in astonishing numbers. These islands were full of mammoth bones, and the quantity of tusks and teeth of elephants and rhinoceroses found in the newly discovered island of New Siberia was perfectly amazing and surpassed anything which had yet been discovered. Did the animals come there over the ice, and for what purpose? On what food could they have lived? Not on the lichens of the Siberian tundras, covered by deep snow most of the year, and still less on the moss of the polar islands, which are frozen 10 months in the year. Mammoths, members of the Forcarius elephant family, require huge quantities of vegetable food every day in the year. How could large herds of them have existed in a country like northeast Siberia, which is regarded as the coldest place in the world, and where there was no food for them? Mammoth tusks have been dredged in nets from the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, and after Arctic gales, the shores of the islands were strewn with tusks cast up by the billows. This is regarded as an indication that the bottom of the Arctic Ocean between the islands and the mainland was dry land in the days when mammoths roamed there. George Cuvier, the great French paleontologist, 1769 to 1832, thought that in a vast catastrophe of continental dimensions, the sea overwhelmed the land. The herds of mammoths perished, and in a second spasmodic movement, the sea rushed away, leaving the carcasses behind. The catastrophe must have been accompanied by a precipitous drop in temperature. The frost seized the dead bodies and saved them from decomposition. In some mammoths, when discovered, even the eyeballs were still preserved. Charles Darwin, who denied the occurrence of continental catastrophes in the past, in a letter to Sir Henry Haworth, admitted that the extinction of mammoths in Siberia was for him an insoluble problem. So he just decided to run away from it and ignore it. J.D. Dana, the leading American geologist of the second half of the last century, wrote, "The encasing in ice of huge elephants and the perfect preservation of the flesh shows that the cold finally became suddenly extreme, as of a single winter's night, and knew no relenting afterward. In the stomachs and between the teeth of the mammoths were found plants and grasses that do not grow now in northern Siberia. The contents of the stomachs have been carefully examined. They show the undigested food, leaves of trees, now found in southern Siberia, but a long way from the existing deposits of ivory. Microscopic examination of the skin showed red blood corpuscles, which was proof not only of a sudden death, but that the death was due to suffocation, either by gases or water, evidently the latter in this case. But the puzzle remained to account for the sudden freezing up of this large mass of flesh so as to preserve it for future ages. What could have caused a sudden change in the temperature of the region? Today, the country does not provide food for large quadrupeds. The soil is barren and produces only moss and fungi a few months in the year. At that time, the animals fed on plants, and not only mammoths pastured in northern Siberia and on the islands of the Arctic Ocean. On Kolonoy Island, neither trees nor shrubs nor bushes exist, and yet the bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, buffaloes, and horses are found in this icy wilderness in numbers which defy all calculation. When Hedenstrom and Sannikov discovered the New Siberian Islands in 1806, they found in the desolate wilderness of Polar Sea the remains of enormous petrified forests. These forests could be seen tens of miles away. The trunks of the trees in these ruins of ancient forests were partly standing upright and partly lying horizontally, buried in the frozen soil. Their extent was very great. Hedenstrom described them as follows. On the southern coast of New Siberia, we found the remarkable wood hills, piles of trunks. They are 30 fathoms, 180 feet high, and consist of horizontal strata and sandstone, alternating with strata of bituminous beams or trunks of trees. On ascending these hills, fossilized charcoal is everywhere, met with covered, apparently, with ashes. But on closer examination, this ash is also found to be a petrification, and so hard that it can be scarcely scraped off with a knife. Some trunks are fixed perpendicular to the sandstone, with broken ends. In 1829, the German scientist G.A. Ehrmann went to the Velikovsky and the New Siberian Islands to measure there the magnetic field of the Earth. He described the soil as full of bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, and buffaloes. And the piles of wood, he wrote, in New Siberia Island, on the declivities facing the south, lie hills 250 or 300 feet high, formed of driftwood. The ancient origins, as well as of the fossil wood in the tundras, anterior to the history of the Earth in its present state, strikes at once even the most uneducated hunters. Other hills on the same island and on Kalanoi, which lies further to the west, are heaped up to an equal height with skeletons of pachyderms, elephants, rhinoceroses, bisons, etc., which are cemented together by frozen sand as well as by strata and veins of ice. On the summit of the hills, they, the trunks of trees, lie flung upon one another in the wildest disorder, forced upright in spite of gravitation, and with their tops broken off or crushed, as if they had been thrown with great violence from the south on a bank, and there heaped up. It just seems like they were snapped like matchsticks. Eduard von Toll repeatedly visited the New Siberian Islands from 1885 to 1902, when he perished in the Arctic Ocean. He examined the wood hills and found them to consist of carbonized trunks of trees, with impressions of leaves and fruits. On Malloy, one of the group of Velikovsky Islands, Toll found bones of mammoth and other animals together with the trunks of fossil trees, with leaves and cones. This striking discovery proves that in the days when the mammoths and rhinoceroses lived in northern Siberia, these desolate islands were covered with great forests and a bore of luxuriant vegetation. A hurricane apparently uprooted the trees of Siberia and flung them to the extreme north. Mountainous waves of the ocean piled them in huge hills, and some agent of bituminous nature transformed them into charcoal, either before or after they were deposited and cemented in drifted masses of sand, and became baked into sandstone. These petrified forests were swept from northern Siberia into the ocean, and together with bones of animals and drifted sand built the islands. It may be that not all the charred trees and the mammoths and other animals were destroyed and swept away in a single catastrophe. It is more probable that one huge cemetery of animals and trees came flying through the air on the crest of a retreating tidal wave, to settle astride another, older cemetery, deep in the polar circle. The scientists who explored the muck beds of Alaska have not reflected upon the similarity in appearance of animal remains there and in polar regions of Siberia and on Arctic islands, and have therefore not discussed a common cause. The exploration of the new Siberian islands, 1,000 miles away from Alaska, was the work of 18th and 19th century academicians who followed the hunters of fossil ivory. The exploration of Alaskan soil was the work of 20th century scientists who followed the gold-digging machines, of course. These two observations, one old and one new, came from the north, before presenting many more from all parts of the world. I shall review a few dominant theories on the history of our Earth and its animal kingdom. We shall read in brief, in the original statements of the authors, how the earlier naturalists explained the phenomena, how subsequently the same phenomena were interpreted in terms of slow evolution, and how in the last 80 years more and more facts have presented themselves that do not square with the picture of a peaceful world molded in a slow and uneventful process. End of chapter. Wonder, why is it that the mainstream scientists are so against Velikovsky getting any credit or having any say? And the only thing I can think of is that, first of all, he hasn't done anything not one of them couldn't have done. He has taken the mainstream sources that were there all along and just put them together and connected the dots. But Charles Ginenthal said something that stuck in my head, and I still remember it. He said that they would rather gouge their eyeballs out than admit he's right, and the only thing it could be is that he's so far ahead of his time that they just haven't been able to think on the same level. And that is sad. Chapter 2. Revolution. The erratic boulders. The waters of the ocean, in which our mountains had been formed, still covered a part of these Alps when a violent paroxysm of the globe suddenly opened great cavities and ruptured many rocks. The waters were carried toward these abysses with extreme violence, falling from the height they were before. They crossed deep valleys and dragged immense quantities of earth, sand, and debris of all kinds of rocks. This mass, shoved along by the onrush of great waters, was left spread up the slopes, where we still see many scattered fragments. Thus did Horace Benedict de Saussure, foremost Swiss naturalist of the end of the 18th century, explain the presence of stones broken off from the Alps and carried to the Jura Mountains to the west. So also did he explain the marine remains found in alpine ridges and the sand, gravel, and clay that fill the valleys of the Alps and the plains beyond them. The loose rocks lying on the Jura Mountains were torn from the Alps. In their mineral composition they differ from the rock formations of the Jura, showing their alpine origin. Rocks that differ from the formations on which they lie are called erratic boulders. These stone blocks lie on the Jura Mountains at an elevation of 2,000 feet above Lake Geneva. Some of them are thousands of cubic feet in size, and Pierre Martin is over 10,000 cubic feet. They must have carried across the space now occupied by the lake and lifted to the height where they are found. These are erratic boulders in many places of the world. In the British Isles, on the shore, and in the highlands are enormous quantities of them, transported there across the North Sea from the mountains of Norway. Some force wrested them from those massifs, bore them over the entire expanse that separates Scandinavia from the British Isles, and set them down on the coast and on the hills. From Scandinavia, boulders were also carried to Germany and spread over that country, in some places so thickly that it seems as though they had been brought there by masons to build cities. Also, high in the Harz Mountains in central Germany lie stones that originated in Norway. Wow, can you imagine that? I mean, we must be talking massive winds. From Finland, blocks of stone were swept to the Baltic regions and over Poland and lifted onto the Carpathians. Another train of boulders was fanned out from Finland, over the Valdai Hills, over the site of Moscow, and as far as the Don. In North Africa, erratic blocks, broken from granite of Canada and Labrador, were spread over Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Michigan, New York, Wisconsin, and Ohio. They perch on top of ridges and lie on slopes and deep in the valleys. They lie on the coastal plain and on the White Mountains and on the Berkshires, sometimes in an unbroken chain. In the Pocono Mountains, they balance precariously on the edge of crests. The attentive traveler through the woods wonders at the size of these rocks, brought there and abandoned sometime in the past, frighteningly piled up. Some erratics are enormous. The block near Conway, New Hampshire, is 90 by 40 by 38 feet and weighs about 10,000 tons, the load of a large cargo ship. Equally large is Mohegan Rock, which towers over the town of Montville in Connecticut. The Great Flat Erratic in Warren County, Ohio, weighs approximately 13,500 tons and covers 3/4 of an acre. The Ototoks Erratic, 30 miles south of Calgary, Alberta, consists of 2 pieces of quartzite derived from at least 50 miles to the west, of a calculated weight of over 18,000 tons. Blocks of 250 to 300 feet in circumference, however, are small when compared with the mass of chalkstone near Malmo in southern Sweden, which is 3 miles long, 1,000 feet wide, and from 100 to 200 feet in thickness, which has been transported an indefinite distance. It is quarried for commercial purposes. A similar transported slab of chalk is found on the eastern coast of England, upon which a village had unwittingly been built, in innumerable places on the surface of the earth, as well as on isolated islands in the Atlantic and Pacific, and in Antarctica lie rocks of foreign origin. I remember as on isolated islands in the Atlantic and Pacific, and in Antarctica lie rocks of foreign origin, brought from afar by some great force, broken off from their parent mountain ridges and coastal cliffs. They were carried down dale and uphill and over land and sea. Sea and land changed places. The most renowned naturalist to come from the generation of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars was Georges Cuvier. He was the founder of vertebrate paleontology, or the science of fossil bones, and thus of the science of extinct animals, studying the finds made in the gypsum formation of the Montmartre in Paris and those elsewhere in France and the European continent. In general, he came to the conclusion that in the midst of even the oldest strata of marine formations, there are other strata replete with animal or plant remains of terrestrial or freshwater forms, and that among the more recent strata, or those that are nearer the surface, there are also land animals buried under heaps of marine sediment. It has frequently happened that lands which have been laid dry have been again covered by waters, in consequence either of their being engulfed in the abyss, or of the sea having merely risen over them. These repeated interruptions and retreats of the sea have neither all been slow nor gradual. On the contrary, most of the catastrophes which have occasioned them have been sudden. And this is especially easy to be proven with regard to the last of these catastrophes, that which by the twofold motion has inundated and afterwards laid dry our present continents, or at least a part of the land which forms them at present day. The breaking to pieces, the raising up and overturning of the older strata of the earth leave no doubt upon the mind that when they have been reduced to the state in which we now see them by the action of sudden and violent causes, and even the force of the motions excited in the mass of waters is still attested by the heaps of debris and rounded pebbles which are in many places interposed between the solid strata. Life, therefore, has often been disturbed on this earth by terrific events. Numberless living beings have been the victims of these catastrophes. Some, which inhabited the dry land, have been swallowed up by inundations. Others, which peopled the waters, have been laid dry, the bottom of the sea having been suddenly raised. Their very races have been extinguished forever, and have left no other memorial of their existence than some fragments which the naturalist can scarcely recognize. Cuvier was surprised to find that life has not always existed upon the globe, for there are deep strata which contain no vestiges of living beings. The sea without inhabitants would seem to have prepared materials for the mollusca and zoophytes, and when they appeared and populated the sea, they deposited their shells and built coral, at first in small numbers and eventually in vast formations. Cuvier believed that changes have operated in nature, not just since the appearance of life, for the land masses formed previous to that event also seemed to have experienced violent displacements. He found in the gypsum deposits in the suburbs of Paris marine limestone containing over 800 species of shells, all of them marine. Under this limestone there is another freshwater deposit formed of clay. Among the shells, all of the fresh water or land origin, there are also bones. But what is remarkable, the bones are those of reptiles and not mammals, crocodiles and tortoises. Much of France was once sea, then it was land, populated by land reptiles. Then it became sea again and was populated by marine animals. Then it was land again, inhabited by mammals. Then it was once more sea, and again land. Each stratum contains the evidence of its age in the bones and shells of animals that lived and propagated there at the time and were entombed in recurrent upheavals. And as it was on the site of Paris, so it was in other parts of France and in other countries of Europe. The strata of the earth disclose that the thread of operations is here broken. The march of nature is changed, and none of the agents which she now employs would have been sufficient for the production of her ancient works. That's his strongest point, isn't it? There's nothing that we know of today that could cause all that, throwing boulders around and making land and sea trade places. And the evidence is in the strata, so science knows about it. They just choose not to do anything. We just ignore it. Obviously, knowing what we know, that it would take something extraterrestrial to do something like that. There's no doubt about it. Oh, Mother Nature can be sneaky. We have no evidence that the sea can now encrust those shells with a paste as compact as that of the marbles, the sandstones, or even the coarse limestone. In short, all now active causes united would not change. In an appreciable degree, the level of the sea nor raise a single stratum above its surface. It has been asserted that the sea has undergone a general diminishing of level, admitting that there has been a gradual diminution of the waters, that the sea has transported solid matter in all directions, that the temperature of the globe is either diminishing or increasing. None of these cases could have overturned our strata, enveloped in ice large animals with their flesh and skin, laid dry marine animals, and lastly destroyed numerous species and even entire genera. Thus we repeat, it is in vain that we search among the powers which now act at the surface of the earth for causes sufficient to produce the revolutions and catastrophes, the traces of which are exhibited by its crust. But what could have caused these catastrophes? Cuvier reviewed the theories of the origin of the world current in his time, but found no answer to the question that preoccupied him. He did not know the cause of these vast cataclysms. He only knew that they had occurred. Many fruitless efforts had been made, and he felt that his search for the causes of the cataclysms was fruitless too. These ideas have haunted, I may almost say have tormented me during my researches among fossil bones. End of subchapter. The Caves of England. In 1823, William Buckland, professor of geology at the University of Oxford, published his Reliques de l'Eau, Relics of the Flood, with the subtitle Observations on the Organic Remains Contained in Caves, Fissures, and Diluvial Gravel, and on other geological phenomena attesting to the action of the universal deluge. Buckland was one of the great authorities on geology of the first half of the 19th century. In a cave in Kirkdale in Yorkshire, 80 feet above the valley, under a floor covering of stalagmites, he found teeth and bones of elephants, rhinoceroses, hippopotami, horses, deer, tigers, the teeth of which were larger than those of the largest lion or Bengal tiger. Bears, wolves, hyenas, foxes, hares, rabbits, as well as bones of ravens, pigeons, larks, snipe, and ducks. Many of the animals had died before the first set, or milk teeth, had been shed. Certain scholars, prior to Buckland, had their own explanation for the provenance of elephant bones in the soil of England, and to them Buckland referred the idea, which long prevailed and was considered satisfactory by the antiquaries, archaeologists, of the last century, was that they were the remains of elephants imported by the Roman armies. This idea is also refuted, first by the anatomical facts of their belonging to an extinct species of genus. Second, by their being usually accompanied by the bones of rhinoceros and hippopotamus, animals which could never have been attached to the Roman armies. Thirdly, by their being found dispersed over Siberia and North America, in equal or even greater abundance than in those parts of Europe which were subjected to Roman power. It appeared that hippopotamus and reindeer and bison lived side by side at Kirkdale. Hippopotamus, reindeer, and mammoth pastured together at Brentford, near London. Reindeer and grizzly bear lived with the hippopotamus at Cefn in Wales. It could be Cefn. Lemming and reindeer bones were found together with bones of the cave lion and hyena at Bleeden in Somerset. Hippopotamus, bison, and musk sheep were found together with worked flint in the gravels of the Thames Valley. The remains of reindeer lay on the bones of mammoth and rhinoceros in the cave of Bécu in France. In the same red clay encased by the same stalagmites at Arcy, France, also in a cave, bones of the hippopotamus were found with bones of the reindeer, and with them a worked flint. According to the prophecy of Isaiah 11:6, in messianic times to come, the lion and the calf would pasture together. But even prophetic vision has not conceived of a reindeer from snow-covered Lapland and a hippopotamus from the tropical Congo River living together on the British Isles or in France. Yet they did leave their bones in the same mud of the same caves, together with the bones of other animals in the strangest assortments. These animal bones were found in gravel and clay, to which Buckland gave the name diluvium. Buckland was concerned to establish two important facts. First, that there has been a recent and general inundation of the globe, and second, that the animals whose remains were found interred in the wreck of that inundation were natives of high north latitudes. The presence of tropical animals in northern Europe cannot be solved by supposing them to migrate periodically. In the case of crocodiles and tortoises, extensive immigration is almost impossible, and not less so to such an unwieldy animal as the hippopotamus when out of the water. But how could they live in the cold of northern Europe, Buckland says? It is equally difficult to imagine that they would have passed their winters in lakes and rivers frozen up with ice. If cold-blooded land animals are unable to hide themselves in the ground over the winter in icy climates, their blood would freeze solid. They lack the ability to regulate the temperature of their bodies. Like Cuvier, Buckland was nearly certain that if any change of climate has taken place, it took place suddenly. Of the time the catastrophe occurred, which covered with mud and pebbles the bones in the Kirkdale cave, Buckland wrote, "From the limited quantity of post-diluvian stalactite, as well as from the undecayed condition of the bones, one must deduce that the time elapsed since the introduction of the diluvial mud has not been of excessive length. The bones were not yet fossilized. Their organic matter was not yet replaced by minerals." Buckland thought that the time elapsed since the diluvial catastrophe could not have exceeded 5,000 or 6,000 years. The figure adopted also Deluge, Dolomieu, and Cuvier, each of which presented his own reasons. Then the illustrious geologist added these words: "What the cause was, whether a change in the inclination of the Earth's axis, or a near approach of a comet, or any other cause or combination of causes, purely astronomical, is a question the discussion of which is foreign to the object of the present memoir." End of subchapter. The aquatic graveyards. The old red sandstone is regarded as one of the oldest strata with signs of extinct life in it. No animal life higher than fish is found there. Whatever the age of this formation, it carries the testimony and a wonderful record of violent death falling at once, not on a few individuals, but on whole tribes. In the late 30s of the last century, Hugh Miller made the old red sandstone in Scotland the special subject of his investigations. He observed the earth had already become a vast sepulchre to a depth, the bed of the sea, equal to at least twice the height of Ben Nevis over its surface. Ben Nevis in the Grampian Mountains is the highest peak in Great Britain, 4,406 feet high. The stratum of the old red sandstone is twice as thick. This formation presents the spectacle of an upheaval, immobilized at a particular moment and petrified forever. Hugh Miller wrote, "The first period represented by the old sandstone seems, in what now forms the northern half of Scotland, to have opened in a similar manner. The vast space, which now includes Orkney and Loch Ness, Dingwall and Gamry, I hope I pronounced them right, and many 1,000 square miles besides, was the scene of a shallow ocean perplexed by powerful currents and agitated by waves. A vast stratum of water-rolled pebbles, varying in depth from 100 feet to 100 yards, remains in 1,000 different localities, to testify of the disturbing agencies of this time of commotion." Miller found that the hardest masses in the stratum peripheries of vitreous fracture that cut glass as rapidly as flint, and masses of quartz that strike fire quite as profusely from steel, are yet polished and ground down into bullet-like forms, and yet it is surely difficult to conceive how the bottom of any sea should have been so violently and so equally agitated for so greatly extended a space, and for a period so prolonged that the entire area should have come to be covered with a stratum of rolled pebbles of almost every variety of ancient rock, 15 stories height and thickness. In the red sandstone, an abundant aquatic fauna is embedded. The animals are in disturbed positions. At the period of the past when these formations were composed, some terrible catastrophe involved in sudden destruction the fish of an area at least 100 miles from boundary to boundary, perhaps much more. The same platform in Orkney as at Cromarty is strewn thick with remains which exhibit unequivocally the marks of violent death. The figures are contorted, contracted, curved. The tails, in many instances, is bent around to the head. The spines stick out. The fins are spread to the full, as in fish that die in convulsions. The Batyraches shows its arms extended at their stiffest angle, as if prepared for an enemy. The attitudes of all of the ichthyolytes, any fossil fish, on this platform are attitudes of fear, anger, and pain. The remains, too, appear to have suffered nothing from the after attacks of predaceous fishes. None such seem to have survived. The record is one of destruction at once widely spread and total. What agency of destruction could have accounted for innumerable existences of an area perhaps 10,000 square miles in extent being annihilated at once? Conjecture lacks footing in grappling with the enigma, and expatiates in uncertainty over all known phenomena of death, wrote Miller. The ravages of no disease, however virulent, could explain some of the phenomena of this arena of death. Rarely does disease fall equally on many different genera at once, and never does it strike with instantaneous suddenness. Yet, in the ruins of this platform, from 10 to 12 district genera and many species were involved, and so suddenly did the agency perform its work that its victims were fixed in their first attitude of surprise and terror. The area of the old red sandstone, investigated by Miller, comprises one half of Scotland, from Loch Ness to the land's northern extremity and beyond, to the Orkney Islands in the north. 1,000 different localities disclose the same scene of destruction. An identical picture can be found in many other places all around the world, in similar and dissimilar formations. Of Monte Bolca, near Verona in northern Italy, Buckland wrote, "The circumstances under which the fossil fishes are found at Monte Bolca seem to indicate that they perish suddenly. The skeletons of these fish lie parallel to the laminae of the strata of the calcareous slate. They are always entire and closely packed on one another. All these fishes must have died suddenly and have been speedily buried in the calcareous sediment. Then, in the course of deposition, from the fact that certain individuals have ever preserved traces of color upon their skin, we are certain that they were entombed before decomposition of their soft parts had taken place." The same author wrote about the fish deposits in the area of the Harz Mountains in Germany. Another celebrated deposit of fossil fishes is that of the califerous slate surrounding the Harz. Many of the fishes of this slate at Mansfield, Eiselben, etc., have a distorted attitude, which has often been assigned to writhing and agonies of death. As these fossil fishes maintain the attitude of a rigid stage immediately succeeding death, it follows that they were buried before putrefaction had commenced, and apparently in the same bituminous mud, the influx of which had caused their destruction. The story of agony and sudden death and immediate encasing is told by the red sandstone of Scotland, the limestone of Monte Bolca in Lombardy, the bituminous slate in Mansfield in Thuringia, and also by the coal formation of Saarbrücken on the Saar. The most celebrated deposits of fossil fishes in Europe, the calcareous slate of Solnhofen, the blue slate of Glarus, and the marl stone of Ossigen, Switzerland, and of Aix-en-Provence, to mention only a few of the better-known sites In North America, similar strata, packed full of splendidly preserved fishes, are found in the black limestone of Ohio and Michigan, and in the Green River bed of Arizona. I wish you would have said what city in Michigan. The diatom beds of Lompoc, California, and in many other formations. In cataclysms of early ages, fishes died in agony, and the sand and the gravel of the upthrust sea bottom covered the aquatic graveyards. The doctrine of uniformity. For over 25 years, from the beginning of the French Revolution in 1789 to the Battle of Waterloo in 1815, Europe was in turmoil. France beheaded her king and queen. Many revolutionaries, in their turn, went to the scaffold too. Spain, Italy, Germany, Austria, and Russia became battlefields. The British Isles were in danger of being invaded, and Britain's fleet fought at Trafalgar, the tyrant who had sprung up from the Revolutionary Army. After 1815, there was a universal desire for peace and tranquility. The Holy Alliance was organized. Europe sank into reaction, England into a spirit of conservatism. The abortive revolutionary wave of 1830 did not reach the British Isles. They just keep the empire going. No wonder that in the climate of reaction to the eruptions of revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, the theory of uniformity became popular and soon dominant in the natural sciences. According to this theory, the development of the surface of the globe has been going on through all the ages without any disturbances. The process of very slow change that we observe at present has been the only process of importance from the beginning. This theory, first advanced by Hutton, 1795, and Lamarck, 1800, was elevated to its present position as a scientific law by Charles Lyell, a young attorney whose interest in geology was to make him the most influential person in that field, and by Lyell's disciple and friend Charles Darwin. Darwin built his theory of evolution on Lyell's principle of uniformity. A modern exponent of the theory of evolution, H.F. Osborn, wrote, "Present
continuity implies the improbability of past catastrophism and violence of change, either in the lifeless or in the living world. Moreover, we seek to interpret the changes and laws of past time through those which we deserve at the present time."
This was Darwin's secret, learned from Lyell. Lyell built his case with convincing dialectics. Wind and solar heat and rain, little by little, crumble the rock in the highlands. Rivers carry the detritus to the sea. The land is lowered by this process, which continues for ages. It's kind of like a cow, just standing there eating grass,
chewing his cud,
until it churns a vast region into detritus. Then the massive earth, as if in a slow-breathing process, every phase of which requires eons, again slowly rises. The bottom of the sea subsides, and the crumbling of the rock begins all over again. The land comes up in the elevated plateau. The subsequent action of water and wind cuts furrows, and little by little the highland changes into a range of mountain peaks, like that little tiny Colorado River carved that immense Grand Canyon. But it had some kind of magic way to get rid of all the residue, because there is no residue. You can't find it anywhere. The reason why you can't is because it was blasted into outer space from thunderbolts by a close planet. I always just get so amazed that people actually believe that that little river, carved that big canyon. And then there's more, but that's just the beginning. In fact, there are many mysterious things about the Grand Canyon that we don't know about and we're not being told about. And we're going to be talking about it on the next Oddities show. I found some pretty interesting stuff, but that's another show. Back to the book. The fact is that evolution needs billions of years, and, well, that just so happens to take care of the Big Bang, evolution, and uniformity, all in one. Boom. And they're all in it together. They call it a paradigm, and anybody who steps outside of the paradigm gets ostracized. That is not science. That's anything but science. That's like a religion. Okay, I'll stop now. Highland changes into a range of mountains, peaks. More eons, and those heights crumble too. Wind and rain carrying them grain by grain into the sea. The shallow sea encroaches on the land, then slowly retreats. No great catastrophes intervene to change the face of the earth. Although sporadic volcanic action occurs, Lyell did not consider it to have an effect in changing the face of the earth comparable in importance to that of rivers, wind, and waves of the sea. What causes the eon-long process of elevation and subsidence has not been determined. Naturalists of the 18th century claim to have observed a minute gradual change in the level of the Gulf of Bothnia in the Baltic Sea. In relation to the coastline, similar processes in past geological ages must have brought about all the changes on the earth. The majestic mountains that rose and others that were leveled, the seacoast that in a slow rhythm back and forth, and the earth mantle that was redistributed by rain and wind. According to the theory of uniformity, no process took place in the past that is not taking place in the present, and not only the nature, but also the intensity of physical phenomena of our age are the criteria of what could have happened in the past. Since the theory of uniformity is still taught in all places of learning, and to question it is heresy, it is pertinent to reproduce here some of Lyell's original statements made in his Principles of Geology. They served as a manifesto or credo for all his followers. Whether called uniformists or evolutionists, Lyell wrote, "It has been truly observed that when we arrange the known fossiliferous formations in chronological order, they constitute a broken and effective series. We pass without any intermediate gradations from the systems of strata which are horizontal to other systems which are highly inclined, from rocks of peculiar mineral composition to others which have a character wholly distinct from the assemblage of organic remains to another, in which frequently nearly all the species and a large part of the genera are different. These violations of continuity are so common as to constitute in most regions the rule rather than the exception, and they have been considered by many geologists as conclusive in favor of sudden revolutions in the inanimate and animate world. Thus he acknowledged that the surface of the globe has the appearance of having been subjected to great and violent sudden changes, but he believed that the record is incomplete and that the major part of the evidence is lost. In the solid framework of the globe, we have a chronological chain of natural records, many links of which are wanting. To make this plausible, Lyell cited every year in 60 provinces. Changes in the population would appear to be very gradual, but if the census were taken every year in a different province, and in only one, the change in the population of each province between the visits of the census takers at 60-year intervals would be very great. Lyell maintained that this was the way geological deposits were made. The theory of uniformity, or of gradual changes in the past measured by the extent of changes observed in the present, has, as Lyell admitted, no positive evidence in the incomplete record of the Earth's crust. Consequently, the theory, building on argumentum ex silentio, or argument by default, required further analogies. Suppose we have discovered 2 buried cities at the foot of Vesuvius, immediately superimposed upon each other with a great mass of tuft and lava intervening. An anti-quarry archaeologists might possibly be entitled to infer from the inscriptions on public edifices that the inhabitants of the inferior and older city were Greeks, and those of the modern town Italians. But he would reason very hastily if he also concluded from these data that there had been a sudden change from the Greek to the Italian language in Campania. But if he afterwards found 3 buried cities, one above the other, the intermediate one being Roman, he would then perceive the fallacy of his former opinion and would begin to suspect that the catastrophes by which the cities were inhumed might have no relation whatever to the fluctuations in the language of the inhabitants, and that, as the Roman tongue had evidently intervened between the Greek and Italian, so many other dialects may have been spoken in succession, and the passage from Greek to the Italian may have been very gradual. This often reprinted passage is an unfortunate example, for in order to prove that there had been no violent changes, Lyell chose to present a picture of violent catastrophes. The strata are separated by layers of lava. This is also the picture presented in so many geological surveys. To use this example as a proof of uniformity is a flight of dialectics. The comparison is followed by an accusation that is all the more vigorous because of the inadequacy of the example, which is called on to substitute for geological evidence. Lyell said, "It appeared clear that the earlier geologists had not only a scanty acquaintance with existing changes caused by wind, flowing water, etc., but were singularly unconscious of the amount of their ignorance. They didn't know what they didn't know. With the presumption naturally inspired by this unconsciousness, they had no hesitation in deciding at once that time could never enable the existing powers of nature to work out changes of great magnitude, still less such important revolutions as those which are brought to light by geology." And he proceeded, "Never was there a dogma more calculated to foster indolence and to blunt the edge of curiosity than this assumption of the discordance between the ancient and existing causes of change. It produced a state of mind unfavorable in the highest degree to the candid reception of the evidence of those minute but incessant alterations which every part of the earth's surface is undergoing." At first, the tone of this pleading for the then unorthodox theory of uniformity was defensive. Position was unsupported by sufficient evidence. Then, as though a few analogies to human situations were so strong that they could substitute for the defective record of nature, the tone changed and became uncompromising. Isn't that always the case? They're always humble at first. For this reason, all theories are rejected which involve the assumption of sudden and violent catastrophes and revolutions of the whole earth and its inhabitants, theories which are restrained by no reference to existing analogies, and in which a desire is manifested to cut, rather than patiently to untie, the Gordian knot. Notwithstanding the strong language employed, the scientific principle which insists that whatever does not occur at the present time has not occurred in the past. A self-imposed limitation. Rather than a principle in science, it is a statute of faith, and Lyell ended his famous chapter accordingly, with an appeal for faith and with a precept for believers. If he, the student, finally believes in the resemblance or identity of the ancient and present systems of terrestrial changes, he will regard every fact collected, respected the causes in diurnal action, as afforded him a key to the interpretation of some mystery in the past. End of subchapter. The hippopotamus inhabits the larger rivers and marshes of Africa. It is not found in Europe or America, save in zoological gardens, where specimens of it wallow most of the time in pools, submerging their huge bodies in the muddy water with that tooth. Next to the elephant, it is the largest of the land animals. Bones of hippopotami are found in the soil of Europe, as far north as Yorkshire in England. Lyell gave the following explanation for the presence for the hippopotamus in Europe. The geologist may freely speculate on the time when herds of hippopotami issued from North African rivers, such as the Nile, and swam northward in summer along the coasts of the Mediterranean, and even occasionally visited the islands near the shore. Here and there they may have landed to graze or browse, tarrying a while, and afterwards continuing their course northward. Others may have swum in a few summer days from rivers in the south of Spain or France to the Somme, Thames, or Severn River in Wales and England, making timely retreat to the south before the snow and ice set in. An army from the rivers of Africa to the Isles of Albion sounds like an idyll. In the Victorian cave near Settle in West Yorkshire, 1,450 feet above sea level, under 12 feet of clay deposit containing some well-scratched boulders, were found numerous remains of the mammoth, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, bison, hyena, and other animals. In northern Wales, in the Vale of Clod, in numerous caves, remains of the hippopotamus lay together with those of the mammoth, the rhinoceros, and the cave lion. In the cave of K. Gwyn, in the Vale of Clod, during the excavations it became clear that the bones had been greatly disturbed by water action. The floor of the cavern was covered afterwards by clays and sand containing foreign pebbles. This seemed to prove that the caverns, now 400 feet above sea level, must have been submerged subsequently to their occupation by the animals and by man. The contents of the cavern must have been dispersed by marine action during the great submergence in mid-glacial times, and afterwards covered by marine sands, writes H.B. Woodward. Hippopotami not only traveled during the summer nights to England and Wales, but also climbed hills to die peacefully among other animals in the caves and the ice. Approaching softly, tenderly spread little pebbles over the travelers resting in peace. And the land, with its hills and caverns, in a slow lullaby movement, sank below the level of the sea, and gentle streams caressed the dead bodies and covered them with rosy sand. 3 assumptions were made by the exponents of uniformity. Sometime not long ago, the climate of the British Isles was so warm that hippopotami used to visit there in summer. The British Isles subsided so much that caves in the hills became submerged. The land rose again to its present height, and all this without any action of a violent nature. Or it was, perchance, a mountain-high wave that crossed the land and poured into caves and filled them with marine sand and gravel? Or did the ground submerge and then emerge again in some paroxysm of nature in which the climate also changed? Did the animals run away at the sign of the approaching catastrophe? And did the trespassing sea follow and suffocate them in the caves that were their last refuge and became the place of their burial? Or did the sea sweep them from Africa, throw them in heaps on the British Isles and in other places, and cover them with earth and marine debris? The entrances to some caves were too narrow, and the caves themselves too shrunk, contracted, to have been places of refuge for such huge animals as hippopotami and rhinoceroses. Whichever of these answers or surmises is correct, and whether the hippopotami lived in England or were thrown there by the ocean, whether they sought refuge in caves, or the caves are but graves, their bones on the British Isles as also on the bottom of the seas surrounding these islands, are signs of some great natural change. End of subchapter. Icebergs. The theory that rejected the occurrence of catastrophic events in the past is incompatible with the then prevailing teaching, which ascribed to the distribution of drift, the deposit of rock debris, clay, and organic material that covers continental areas, and of erratic boulders to the action of water in the form of great tidal waves breaking upon the continents. A slow-moving source, able to do the same work but in a longer time, had to be found. Lyell assumed that icebergs transferred rocks over the expanse of the sea. Icebergs are broken off parts of glaciers that descend from the mountainous coasts to the sea. Mariners in northern waters have observed icebergs with pieces of rock attached to them, and if we think of the enormity of the past geological epochs and multiply the action of icebergs as carriers of earth and rocks by the time elapsed, we may explain, so argued Lyell, the presence of erratic boulders, as well as of till and gravel on land. Erratic boulders are found far from the seashore. Lyell taught that the land was submerged and icebergs traveling over it dropped their load of stones. Later, the land emerged with the stones on it. Erratic boulders are found on mountains. Therefore, these mountains were under shallow water when icebergs, carrying stones from other regions, dropped them on the summits. In order to explain in this manner the provenance of erratic boulders, it was necessary to submerge large parts of continents in rather recent times. In some places, erratic boulders are distributed in a long string, as in the Berkshires. Icebergs could not have acted as intelligent carriers, and Lyell must have felt the weakness of his theory on this point. The only alternative known at that time was that of a tidal wave, but Lyell abhorred catastrophes. He detested them, alike the political life of Europe and in nature. Characteristically, his autobiography begins with this description of the most vivid memory of his earliest childhood. I was 4.5, and when an event happened which was not likely to be forgotten, his family traveled in 2 carriages, a stage and a half, Edinburgh, on the narrow road with a steep brow above and an equally precipitous one below, and no apparent on the roadside. A flock of sheep jumped down into the road and frightened the horses of the other carriage. Away they ran, and with the chase, man, horses, and all, disappeared clean out of sight, over the brow in an instant. There was a rescue through the broken pane of glass. A little blood ran, and somebody fainted. It left the first and strongest impression of his childhood in the memory of the author of The Theory of Uniformity. Oh, so it was a catastrophe. So his greatest memory was that of a catastrophe. That's kind of ironic, isn't it? I get it. The way he worded it was a little confusing. Leave it to a shrink like Dr. Velikovsky to figure that out. That's pretty good. Darwin in South America. Charles Darwin, who had previously dropped his medical studies at Edinburgh University, upon his graduation in theology from Christ College, Cambridge, once again highly religious science man of the 19th century, went in December 1831 as a naturalist on the ship Beagle, which sailed around the world on a 5-year surveying expedition. Darwin had with him the newly published volume of Lyell's Principles of Geology. That became his Bible. On his voyage, he wrote in his journal, the second edition of which he dedicated to Lyell. This round-the-world voyage was Darwin's only fieldwork experience in geology and paleontology, and he drew on it all his life long. He wrote later that these observations served as the origin of all my views. His observations in the southern hemisphere, and more particularly in South America, a continent that had attracted the attention of naturalists since the exploration travels of Alexander von Humboldt, 1799-1804, Darwin was impressed by the numerous assemblages of fossils of extinct animals, mostly of much greater size than species now living. These fossils spoke of a flourishing fauna that suddenly came to its end in a recent geological age. He wrote under January 9, 1834, in the journal of his voyage, "It is impossible to reflect on the changed state of the American continent without the deepest astonishment. Formerly, it must have swarmed with great monsters. Now we find mere pygmies compared with the antecedent allied races." He proceeded thus: "The greater number, if not all, of this extinct quadrupeds lived at a late period, and were the contemporaries of most of the existing seashells. Since they lived, no very great change in the form of the land can have taken place. What then has exterminated so many species and whole genera?" The mind at first is irresistibly hurried into the belief of some great catastrophe, but thus to destroy animals both large and small, in southern Patagonia, in Brazil, on the Cordillera of Peru, in North America, up to Bering Straits, he must shake the entire framework of the globe. No lesser physical event could have brought about this wholesale destruction, not only in the Americas, but in the entire world. And such an event being beyond consideration, Darwin did not know the answer. But it could hardly have been a change of temperature, which at about the same time destroyed the inhabitants of tropical, temperate, and Arctic latitudes on both sides of the globe. Certainly it could not have been man in the role of destroyer, and were he to attack all large animals, would he also be the cause of extinction of the many fossil mice and other small quadrupeds? Darwin asked. No one will imagine that a drought could destroy every individual of every species from southern Patagonia to the Bering Straits. What shall we say of the extinction of the horse? Did those plains fail of pasture, which have since been overrun by thousands and hundreds of thousands of the descendants of the stock introduced by the Spaniards? Out of Darwin's embarrassment, there is one very important fact, well, two very important facts that we can't lose sight of, and that is the Earth and Saturn are spot-on matches with their oxygen, their water, and the salt. That cannot be ignored. Okay, I'll stop now. I just wanted to have that said.
And mankind today advanced enough in technology, produced thermonuclear weapons that could be like a symbol or something representing the ancient, violent celestial body that through fire and smoke disturbed the rotation of the earth. Now, if man is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma, are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
Dr. Velikovsky, what do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great, not only in the future, it was also in the past. Because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality. But in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
You undertake to psychoanalyze mankind as a whole.
You realize that it's not easy to put the entire mankind on the couch, but all what I can do is publish the psychological aspect of these events of which I spoke from biological and paleontological side, in Earth and Upheaval, from folkloristic side in Worlds in Collision, from archaeological side in Ages and Chaos.
Are there any rituals that we are practicing now which would seem to indicate a repetition of this trauma?
Not only any ritual, almost all rituals in religions, in various religions, all our observation in some way go back to the astral religion, to the beginnings that are rooted in the catastrophic events of the past.
And I think there's one question that runs through the mind, if not obsesses the minds of your readers, and that is, when can we expect the next catastrophe? And what I'd like to ask you is, how does the sky look to you?
I was asked this question almost at the end of every lecture. We are now living in a solar system in which, between the planetary bodies, the astral guards of all ancient religions, there exists now there a peaceful a harmony, peaceful coexistence. But it is the man himself, human mind, that is not released from the bonds of the past. He lives in a world that he created himself in his arrogance, in his violence, in his misunderstanding of what happened in the past, so he is irrational.
Welcome, Manuel Velikovsky's Earth and Upheaval. Very good information here. You're going to like. Let's get into it. Chapter 6. Mountain Thrusts in the Alps and Elsewhere. The age of a rock formation is ascertained with the help of the fossils it contains. To the surprise of many scientists, it was found that the mountains had traveled since older formations have been pushed over on top of younger ones. Chief Mountain in Montana is a massive standing several thousand feet above the Great Plains. It has been thrust bodily upon the much younger strata of the Great Plains, and then driven over them eastward for a distance of at least 8 miles. Indeed, the thrust may have been several times 8 miles, writes Daly. By similar thrusting, the whole Rocky Mountain front for hundreds of miles has been pushed up and then out many miles over the plains. Such titanic displacements of mountains have been found in many places on the earth. The displacement of the Alps is especially extensive. During the building of the Alps, gigantic slabs of rock, thousands of feet thick, hundreds of miles long, and tens of miles wide, were thrust up and then over, relatively to the rocks beneath. The direction of the relative overthrusting movement was from Africa toward the main mass of Europe on the north. The visible rocks of the northern Alps of Switzerland have thus been shoved northward distances of the order of 100 miles. In a sense, the Alps used to be on the present site of northern Italy. Mount Blanc was moved from its place, and the Matterhorn was overturned. These portions of the Alps that surround the valley of the Linth and the canton of Glarus in Switzerland have lower parts of the Tertiary formations, or of the age of mammals. Their upper parts are Permian, preceding the age of reptiles, and Jurassic, the age of reptiles. This impels to one of two conclusions: either the division of rocks into sequences based on fossils they contain is fallacious, or the old mountains were moved bodily and set on the shoulders of more recent formations. The latter conclusion is chosen, and if de Sauzier's notion of the sea sweeping over the Alps appeared fantastic, the idea of mountains traveling considerable distances must sound even more fantastic, unless we know of a physical cause that could have brought it about, but even the very cause of mountain building itself is obscure. The problem of mountain making is a vexing one. Many of them, mountains, are composed of tangentially compressed and overthrust rocks that indicate scores of miles of circumferential shortening in the Earth's crust. Radial shrinkage is woefully inadequate to cause the observed amount of horizontal compression. Therein lies the real perplexity of the problem of mountain making. Geologists have not yet found a satisfactory escape from this dilemma, says F.K. Mather of Harvard University. The origin of the mountains is not explained, and still less is their thrust or shift across valleys and over other mountains. The Alps were shoved 100 miles to the north. Chief Mountain in Montana traveled across the plains and climbed the slope of another mountain and settled on top of it. All of the Glacier National Park in Montana and all of the Rocky Mountain area up to Yellowhead Pass in Alberta moved for many miles. The mountains of westward Scotland shifted from their places. The entire length of the Norwegian mountains showed a similar overthrust. What could have caused these mountains to travel across valley and uphill with their masses of granite weighing billions of tons? No force acting from inside the earth, pulling inward or pushing outward, could have created these overthrusts. Only twisting could have produced them. It could hardly have occurred if the rotation and revolution of our planet had never been disturbed. In the Alps, caverns with human artifacts of stone and bone dating from the Pleistocene Ice Age have been found at remarkably high altitudes. During the Ice Age, the slopes and valleys of the Alps, more than other parts of the continent, must have been covered by glaciers. Today in Central Europe, there are great glaciers only in the Alps. The presence of men at high altitudes during the Pleistocene or Paleolithic rude stone age seems baffling. The cavern of Wild Kirchili near the top of Ebenalp is 4,900 feet above sea level. It was occupied by man sometime during the Pleistocene. Even more remarkable in respect to altitude is the cavern of Drachenlach at height of 2,445 meters, 8,028 feet, near the top of Drechenberg, south of Ragaz. This is a steep, snow-covered massif. Both of these stations are in the very heart of the alpine field of glaciation. The continental ice sheet, thousands of feet thick, filled the entire valley between the Alps and the Jura, where now Lake Geneva lies, to the height of the erratic boulders torn from the Alps and placed on the Jura Mountains. In the same geological epoch, between two advances of the ice cover, during an interglacial intermission, human beings must have occupied caverns 8,000 feet above sea level. No satisfactory explanation for such location of Stone Age man has ever been offered. Could it be that the mountains rose as late as in the age of man and carried up with them the caverns of early man? In recent years, evidence has grown rapidly to show, in contrast to previous opinions, that the Alps and other mountains rose and attained their present heights, and also traveled long distances in the age of man. Mountain uplifts amounting to many thousands of feet have occurred within the Pleistocene epoch, Ice Age, itself. This occurred with the Cordilleran mountain system in both North and South America, the Alps, Caucasus, Central Asian system, and many others. The fact of the late upthrust of the major ridges of the world created, when recognized, great perplexity among geologists who, under the weight of much evidence, were forced to this view. The revision of the concepts is not always radical enough. Not only in the age of man, but in the age of historical man. Mountains were thrust up, valleys were torn out, lakes were dragged uphill and emptied. Helmut Gams and Rolf Nordhagen brought together very extensive material concerning the Bavarian Alps and the Tyrol, or Eastern Alps. We shall deal with this material in Chapter 11, Climasters. The great mountain chains challenged credulity by their extreme youth, wrote the explorer Bailey Willis in the Asian Mountains. The Himalayas. The Himalayas, highest mountains in the world, rise like a 1,000-mile-long wall north of India. This mountain wall stretches from Kashmir in the west to and beyond Bhutan in the east, with many of its peaks towering over 20,000 feet, Mount Everest reaching 29,000 feet, or over 5 miles. The summits of these lofty massifs are capped by eternal snow in those regions of the heavens where eagles do not fly, nor any other bird of the sky. Scientists of the 19th century were dismayed to find that, as high as they climbed, the rocks of the massifs yielded skeletons of marine animals, fish that swim in the ocean, and shells of mollusks. And marine animals looked down to where now we look up, and where man, after many unsuccessful efforts, has until now succeeded only once in putting his feet. Until recently, it was assumed that the Himalayas rose from the bottom of the sea to their present height tens or perhaps hundreds of millions of years ago. Such a long period of time, so long ago was enough even for the Himalayas to have risen to their present height. Do we not, when we tell young listeners the story about giants and monsters, begin with once upon a time, long, long ago? And the giants are no longer threatening, and the monsters are no longer real. According to the general geological scheme, 500 million years ago, the first forms of life appeared on the Earth. 200 million years ago, life developed into reptilian forms that dominated the scene, achieving gigantic size. The huge reptiles died out 70 million years ago, and mammals occupied the Earth. They belong to the Tertiary. According to this scheme, the last mountain uplifts took place at the end of the Tertiary, during the Pleistocene. This period lasted until 1 million years ago, when the Quaternary period, the age of man, began. The Quaternary is also the time of the Ice Age, or the Pleistocene, the Paleolithic, or Old Stone Age, and the very end of the Quaternary, since the end of the Ice Age, is called recent time, the Neolithic, late or polished stone, bronze and iron cultures. Since the appearance of man on Earth, or since the beginning of the Ice Age, there have been no uplifts on any substantial scale. In other words, we have been told the profile of the Earth with its mountains and oceans was already established when man first appeared. In the last few decades, however, numerous facts have emerged from mountains and valleys that tell a different story. In Kashmir, Helmut de Terra discovered sedimentary deposits of an ancient sea bottom that was elevated at places to an altitude of 5,000 feet or more, and tilted at an angle of as much as 40 degrees. The basin was dragged up by the rise of the mountain. But this was entirely unexpected. These deposits contain Paleolithic fossils, and this, according to Arnold Heim, Swiss geologist, would make it plausible that the mountain passes in the Himalayas may have risen in the age of man, 3,000 feet or more. However fantastic changes so extensively may seem to a modern geologist, studies on the Ice Age in India and associated human cultures, published in 1939 by de Terra, working for the Carnegie Institution, with the assistance of Professor T.T. Patterson of Harvard University, is one long argument and demonstration that the Himalayas were arising during the Glacial Age and reached their present heights only after the end of the Glacial Age. And actually, in historical times, from other mountain ridges came similar reports. De Terra divided the Ice Age of the Kashmir slopes of the Himalayas into Lower Pleistocene, embracing first glacial and interglacial stages, Middle Pleistocene, the second major glaciation, and the following interglacial, and the Upper Pleistocene, comprising the last two glaciations and an interglacial stage. The scenery with this region presented at the beginning of the Pleistocene must have differed greatly from that of our time. The Kashmir Valley was less elevated, and its southern rampart, the Pir Panajel, lacked that alpine grandeur that enchants the traveler today. Then various formation groups moved both horizontally and vertically, resulting in a southward displacement of older rocks upon foreland sediments accompanied by uplift of the mobile belt. The main Himalayas suffered sharp uplift, in consequence of which the Kashmir lake beds were compressed and dragged upward on the slope of the most mobile range. Uplift was accompanied by a southward shifting of the Pir Panajal block toward the foreland of northwestern India. The Penangel massif that was pushed toward India is at present 15,000 feet high. In the beginning of this period, the fauna was greatly impoverished, but thereafter, judging from remains, large cats, elephants, true horses, pigs, and hippopotami accompanied the area. In the Middle Pleistocene, or Ice Age, there was a continued uplift. The archaeological records prove that early Paleolithic man inhabited the adjoining plains. De Terra refers to abundance of Paleolithic sites. Man used stone implements of flake form like those found in the Cromer forest bed in England. Then once more the Himalayas were pushed upwards. Tilting of terraces and lacustrine beds indicates a continued uplift of the entire Himalayan tract during the last phases of the Ice Age. In the last stages of the Ice Age, when man worked stone in the mountains, he might have been living in the Bronze stage down in the valleys. It has been repeatedly admitted by various authorities, quoted subsequently in this book, that the end of the glacial epoch may have been almost contemporaneous with the time of the rise of the great cultures of antiquity of Egypt and Sumeria, and it follows also of India and China. The Stone Age, in some regions, could have been contemporaneous with the Bronze Age in others. Even now, there are numerous tribes in Africa, Australia, and Tierra del Fuego, the southern tip of the Americas, still living in the Stone Age, and many other regions of the modern world would have remained in the Stone Age had it not been for the importation of iron from more advanced regions. The Aborigines of Tasmania never got so far as to produce a polished Neolithic stone implement, and in fact barely entered the crudest Stone Age. This large island south of Australia was discovered in 1642 by Abel Tasman. The last Tasmanian died in exile in 1876, and the race became extinct. I always thought a Tasmanian was just a name. I didn't know they were humans. The more recent uplifts in the Himalayas took place also in the age of modern man. The post-glacial terrace records suggest that there was at least one prominent post-glacial advance of ice, and this, in the eyes of De Terra and Patterson, is indicative of a diastrophic movement of the mountains. We must be emphatic on one particular feature, namely the dependence of Pleistocene glaciation on the diastrophic character of a mobile mountain belt. This relationship, we feel, has not been sufficiently recognized on the other glaciated regions, such as Central Asia and the Alps, where similar, if not identical, conditions are found. It had been generally assumed that loess, thin, wind-blown dust that is built into clays, is a product of a glacial age. However, in the Himalayas, De Terra reported finding Neolithic or polished stone implements in loess, and commented, of importance for us is the fact that loess formation was not restricted to the glacial age, but that it continued into post-glacial times. In China and in Europe, too, the presence of polished stone artifacts in loess prompted a similar revision. The Neolithic stage that began according to the accepted scheme at the end of the Ice Age still persisted in Europe and in many other places at the time when, in the centers of civilization, the Bronze Age was already flourishing. R. Feinserwalter exploring the Nanga Parbat Massif in western Himalayas, 26,660 feet high, dated the Himalayan glaciation as post-glacial. In other words, the expansion of the glaciers in the Himalayas took place much closer to our time than had been previously assumed. Great uplifts of the Himalayas took place, in part, after the time designated as the Ice Age, or only a few thousand years ago. Heim investigated the mountain ranges of western China, adjacent to Tibet, and east to the Himalayas, came to the conclusion, 1930, that they had been elevated since the glacial age. The great massif of the Himalayas rose to its present height in the age of modern, actually historical, man. The highest mountains in the world were also the youngest. With their topmost peaks, the mountains have shattered the entire scheme of geology of the long, long ago. End of subchapter. The Siwalik Hills. The Siwalik Hills are in the foothills of the Himalayas, north of Delhi. They extend for several hundred miles and are 2,000 to 3,000 feet high. In the 19th century, their usually rich fossil beds drew the attention of scientists. Animal bones of species and genera, living and extinct, were found there in the most amazing profusion. Some of the animals looked as though nature had conducted an abortive experiment with them and had discarded the species as not fit for life. The carapace of a tortoise 20 feet long was found there. How could such an animal have moved on a hilly terrain? The Elephas genisa, an elephant species found in the Siwalik Hills, had tusks about 14 feet long and over 3 feet in circumference. One author says of them, "It is a mystery how these animals ever carried them, owing to their enormous size and leverage." The Siwalik fossil beds are stocked with animals of so many and such varied species that the animal world of today seems impoverished by comparison. It looks as though all of these animals invaded the world at one time. This sudden bursting on stage of such a varied population of herbivores, carnivores, rodents, and primates of the highest order of the mammals must be regarded as a most remarkable instance of rapid evolution of species, writes D.N. Wadia in his Geology of India. The hippopotamus, which generally is a climatically specialized type, Deutera, pigs, rhinoceroses, apes, oxen filled the interior of the hills almost to bursting. A.R. Wallace, who shares with Darwin the honor of being the originator of the theory of natural selection, was among the first to draw attention in terms of astonishment to the Siwalik extinction. Many of the genera that comprised a wealth of species were extinguished to the last one. Some are still represented, but only by a few species. Of nearly 30 species of elephants found in the Siwalik beds, only one species has survived in India. The sudden and widespread reduction by extinction of the Siwalik mammals is a most startling event for the geologist as well as the biologist. The great carnivores, the varied races of elephants, belonging to no less than 25 to 30 species, the numerous tribes of large and highly specialized ungulates, hoofed animals, which found such suitable habitats in the Siwalik jungles of the Pleistocene epoch, no more in an immediately succeeding age. It used to be assumed that the advent of the Ice Age killed them, but subsequently it has been recognized that great destructions took place in the age of man, much closer to our day. The older geologists thought that the Siwalik deposits were alluvial in their nature, that they were debris carried down by the torrential Himalayan streams, but it was realized that this explanation does not appear to be tenable on the ground of the remarkable homogeneity that the deposit possess, and a uniformity of lithologic composition in a multitude of isolated basins at considerable distances from one another. There must have been some agent that carried these animals and deposited them at the feet of the Himalayas, after the passage of a geological age repeated the performance. For in the Siwalik Hills there are animals of more than one age, and signs of more than one destruction. There was also a movement of the ground. The disrupted part of the fold has slipped boldly over for long distances, thus thrusting the older pre-Siwalik rock of the inner ranges of the mountains over the younger rocks of the outer ranges. If the cause of these paroxysms and destruction was not local, it must have produced similar effects at the other end of the Himalayas and beyond that range. 1,300 miles from the Siwalik Hills in central Burma, the deposits cut by the Irrawaddy River may reach 10,000 feet. Two fossiliferous horizons occur in this series, separated by about 4,000 feet of sands. The upper horizon bed, characterized by mastodon, hippopotamus, and ox, is similar to one of the beds in the Siwaliks. The sediments are remarkable for the large quantities of fossil wood associated with them. Hundreds and thousands of entire trunks of silicified trees and huge logs laying in the sandstones suggest the denudation of thickly forested areas. Animals met death and extinction by the elementary forces of nature, which also uprooted forests from Kashmir to Indochina, threw sand over species and genera in the mountains, thousands of feet high. End of subchapter. That was pretty crazy. Never heard of Siwalik. Tiwanaku in the Andes. In the Andes, at 16 degrees 22 south latitude, a megalithic city was found at an elevation of 12,500 feet, in a region where corn will not ripen. The term megalithic fits the dead city only in regard to the great size of the stones in its walls, some of which are flattened and joined with precision. It is situated in the Altiplano, the elevated plain between the western and eastern Cordilleras, not far from Lake Titicaca, the largest lake in South America and the highest navigable lake in the world, on the border of Bolivia and Peru. There is a mystery still unsolved on the plateau of Lake Titicaca, which, if stones could speak, would reveal a story of deepest interest. And how? Much of the difficulty in the solution of this mystery is caused by the nature of the region in the present day, where the enigma still defies explanation. So wrote Sir Clemens Markham in 1910. Such a region is only capable of sustaining a scanty population of hardy mountaineers and laborers. The mystery consists in the existence of ruins of a great city at the southern side of the lake, the builders being entirely unknown. The city covered a large area, built by highly skilled masons, and with the use of enormous stones. When the author of the quoted passages posed his questions to the scholarly world, Leonard Darwin, then president of the Royal Geographical Society, offered the surmise that the mountain had risen considerably after the city had been built. Is such an idea beyond the bounds of possibility? Asked Sir Clemens. Under the assumption that the Andes were once some 2,000–3,000 feet lower than they are now, maize would then ripen in the basin of Lake Titicaca, and the site of the ruins of Tiwanaku could support the necessary population. If the megalithic builders were living under these conditions, the problem is solved. If this is geologically impossible, the mystery remains unexplained. Several years ago, another authority, A. Poznansky, wrote in similar vein, "At the present time, the plateau of the Andes is inhospitable and almost sterile. With the present climate, it would not have been suitable in any period as the asylum for great human masses of the most important prehistoric center of the world. Endless agricultural terraces of the people who lived in this region in pre-Inca days can still be recognized. Today, this region is at a very great height above sea level. In remote periods, it was lower. The terraces rise to a height of about 15,000 feet, 2,500 feet above Tiwanaku, and still higher up to 18,400 feet above sea level, or to the present line of eternal snow on the Illimani. The conservative view among evolutionists and geologists is that mountain making is a slow process, observable in minute changes. Because it is a continuous process, there never could have been spontaneous upliftings on a large scale. In the case of Tiwanaku, however, the change in altitude apparently occurred after the city was built, and this could not have been the result of a slow process that required hundreds of thousands of years to produce a visible alteration. Once Tiwanaku was at the water's edge, then Lake Titicaca was 90 feet higher, as its old strand line discloses. But this strand line is tilted, and in other places it is more than 360 feet above the present level of the lake. There are numerous raised beaches, and stress was put on the freshness of many of the strand lines, and the modern character of such fossils as occur. Further investigation into the topography of the Andes and the fauna of Lake Titicaca, together with a chemical analysis of this lake and others on the same plateau, established that the plateau was at one time at sea level, or 12,500 feet lower than it is today. Titicaca and Pupo Lake and salt bed of Coipaga, the salt beds of Uyeni, several of these lakes and salt beds have chemical compositions similar to those of the ocean. As long ago as 1875, Alexander Agassiz demonstrated the existence of a marine crustaceous fauna in Lake Titicaca. At a higher elevation, the sediment of an enormous dried-up lake, whose waters were almost potable, is full of characteristic mollusks such as Paludestrina and Ancyllis, which shows that it is, geologically speaking, of relatively modern origin. Sometime in the remote past, the entire Altiplano with its lakes rose from the bottom of the ocean. At some other time point a city was built there and terraces were laid out on the elevation around it. Then, in another disturbance, the mountains were thrust up and the area became uninhabitable. The barrier of the Cordilleras that separates the Altiplano from the valley to the east was torn apart, and gigantic blocks were thrown into the chasm. Lyell, combating the idea of a universal flood, offered the theory that the bursting of the Sierra barrier opened the way for a large lake on the Altiplano, which cascaded down into the valley and caused the Aborigines to create the myth of a universal flood. Not so long ago, an explanation of the mystery of Lake Titicaca and of the fortress Tiwanaku on its shore was put forward in light of Horbiger's theory. A moon circled very close to the Earth, pulling the waters of the oceans toward the equator. By its gravitational pull, the moon held, day and night, water of the ocean at the altitude of Tiwanaku. The level of the ocean must have been at least 13,000 feet higher. Then the moon crashed into the Earth, and the oceans receded to the poles, leaving the island with its megalithic city and its mountain above the sea bottom. Now the continent of the tropical and subtropical Americas. All this happened millions of years before our moon was caught by the Earth. And thus the ruins of the megalithic city Tiwanaku are millions of years old. That is, the city must have been built long before the flood. I never heard that theory, have you? That's pretty wild. This theory is bizarre. The geological record indicates a late elevation of the Andes, and the time of its origin is brought even closer to our time. Archaeological and radiocarbon analysis indicate that the age of the Andean culture and of the city is not much older than 4,000 years. Not only the built before the flood theory collapses, so does the belief that the last elevation of the Andes was in the territory or more than 1 million years ago. Sometime in the remote past, the Altiplano was at or below sea level, so that originally its lakes were part of a sea gulf. The last upheaval, however, took place in an early historical period after the city of Tiwanaku had been built. The lakes were dragged up, and the Altiplano and the entire chain of the Andes rose to their present height. The ancient stronghold of Ollantaytambo in Peru is built on top of an elevation. It is constructed of blocks of stone 12 to 18 feet high. These cyclopean stones were hewn from the quarry 7 miles away. How the stones were carried down the river in the valley, shipped on rafts and carried up to the site of the fortress remains a mystery archaeologists cannot solve. Another fortress or monastery, Ollantayperudo, in the Urubamba Valley in Peru, northeast of Lake Titicaca, perches upon a tiny plateau some 13,000 feet above sea level, in an uninhabitable region of precipices and chasms and gorges. It is built of red porphyry blocks. The blocks must have been brought from a considerable distance, down steep slopes, across swift and turbulent rivers, up on precipitous rock faces, which hardly allow a foothold. It has been suggested that the transportation of the building blocks was feasible only if the topography of these localities was different at the time of construction. However, definite proof in this connection is lacking, and changes in topography must be deduced from abandoned terraces, from mollusks of the dried-up lakes, from tilted shorelines, and from other similar indications. Charles Darwin, on his travels in South America in 1834-35, was impressed by the raised beaches at Valparaiso, Chile, and the foot of the Andes. He found that the former surf line was at an altitude of 1,300 feet. He was impressed even more by the fact that the seashells found at this altitude were still undecayed. To him, a clear indication that the land had risen 1,300 feet from the Pacific Ocean in a very recent period, within the period during which upraised shells remained undecayed on the surface. And since only a few intermediary surf lines can be detected, the elevation could not have proceeded little by little. Darwin also observed that the exclusively disturbed condition of the strata in the Cordillera so far from indicating single periods of extreme violence, presents insuperable difficulties, except on the admission that the masses of once liquefied rocks of the axes were repeatedly injected with intervals sufficiently long for their successive cooling and consolidation. At present, it is common view that the Andes were created not so much by compression of the strata as by magma or molten rock invading the strata and lifting them. The Andes also abound in volcanoes and exceedingly high and enormously large. The foothills of the Andes hide numerous deserted towns and abandoned terraces, monuments to a vanished civilization. The terraces that go up the slopes of the Andes and reach the eternal snow line and continue under the snow to some unidentified altitude prove that it was not a conqueror nor a plague that put the seal of death on gardens and towns in Peru. Aerial surveys in the dry belt west of the Andes have shown an unexpected number of old ruins and an almost incredible number of terraces for cultivation. One such mass attained the thickness of 1,000 feet. At these deluges of molten stone and aqueous deposits 5 times alternatively had been spread out. The ocean, which receives such thick masses, must have been profoundly deep, but again the subterranean forces exerted themselves, and now I beheld the bed of that ocean forming a chain of mountains more than 7,000 feet in height, vast and scarcely comprehensible, such as such changes must ever appear, yet they have all occurred within a period recent when compared with the history of the Cordillera, and the Cordillera itself is absolutely modern as compared with the many of the fossiliferous strata of Europe and America. But how extremely young the Cordillera of the Andes is, only the research of recent years has brought out. End of chapter. That was not a reader-friendly chapter. I was winging it on quite a few of them. I hope I got them right. Seems to me the earth was being twisted like a rubber ball, or it was in a dog's mouth or something. Just went through hell. Lucky it's still here. No wonder half of it died. The Sahara Desert. The Sahara Desert, which stretches from the Nile to the Atlantic across the continent of Africa and covers 3,500,000 square miles, about the area of all of Europe, is the greatest desert on Earth. What is now the Desert of Sahara was an open grassland or steppe in earlier days. Drawings on rocks of herds of cattle, made by early dwellers in this region, were discovered by Barth in 1850. Since then, many more drawings have been found. The animals depicted no longer inhabit these regions, and many are generally extinct. It is asserted that the Sahara once had a large human population that lived in vast green forests and on fat pasture lands. Neolithic implements, vessels, and weapons made of polished stone were found close to the drawings. Drawings and implements were discovered in the eastern as well as the western Sahara. Men lived in these densely populated flint regions, and cattle pastured where today enormous expanses of sand stretch for thousands of miles. Several theories have been offered to explain the prodigious quantity of sand in the Sahara. The theory of marine origin is no longer tenable. The sand, it was found, is of recent origin. It is assumed that when a large part of Europe was under ice, the Sahara was in a warm, moist, temperate zone. Later, the soil lost its moisture, and the rock crumbled to sand when left to the mercy of the sand and the wind. How long ago was it that conditions in the Sahara were suitable for human occupation? Movers, the noted Orientalist of the last century, author of a large work on the Phoenicians, decided that the drawings in the Sahara were the work of the Phoenicians. It was likewise observed that the drawings discovered by Barth, the cattle wore discs between their horns, just as in Egyptian drawings. Also, the Egyptian god Set was found pictured on the rocks. And there are rock paintings of war chariots drawn by horses, in an area where these animals could not survive 2 days without extraordinary precautions. The extinct animals in the drawings suggest that these pictures were made sometime during the Ice Age. But the Egyptian motifs in the very same drawings suggest that they were made in historical times. The conflict between the historical and the paleontological evidence, and of both of them with the geological evidence, is resolved if one or more catastrophes intervened. It appears that a large part of the region was occupied by an inland lake or a vast marsh known to the ancients as Lake Triton. In a stupendous catastrophe, the lake emptied itself into the Atlantic, and the sand on its bottom and shores was left behind, forming a desert when teutonic movements sealed off the springs that fed the lake. The land of pastures and forests became a desert of sand. Hippopotami that lived in water and elephants disappeared, and with them also the hunter and the farmer. A French savant, A. Berthelot, says it is possible that Stone Age man witnessed in Africa 3 notable events: the sinking of the Spanish Atlas chain that opened the Strait of Gibraltar and created a junction between the Mediterranean Sea and the ocean; the collapse that cut off the Canary Islands from the African continent; the opening of the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, separating Arabia from Ethiopia. Berthelot, however, ascribed these great tectonic changes to the time of prehistoric man, and Abbe Bruel actually showed that prehistoric man already occupied these regions, as the Eolithic or very crudely chipped stone artifacts indicate. But at a later date, people of advanced culture, contemporary with Pharaonic Egypt, lived in communities, pastured their cattle, and left their tools and drawings there. Then, in an upheaval, of which many traditions persist in classical literature, the Atlas Mountains were torn apart. The Great Lake was emptied, and the watery region became the great and awesome desert, the Sahara. Arabia. There is a certainty beyond challenge that when the ice cap of the last glacial period covered a large part of the northern hemisphere, at least 3 great rivers flowed from west to east across the whole width of the Arabian Peninsula. So wrote Philby in his book Arabia. There was also a large lake in Arabia that disappeared in some geological or climatal change. At present, from Palmyra to Mecca and beyond, the Arabian Peninsula is a waterless desert, interspersed with volcanoes, active not so long ago, but now extinct, the last eruption having taken place in 1253. There were also, sometime in the past, numerous geysers, all likewise extinct now. 28 fields of burned and broken stones, called Harras, are found in Arabia, mostly in the western half of the Great Desert. Some single fields are 100 miles in diameter and occupy an area of 6,000 or 7,000 square miles. Stone lying close to stone, so densely packed that passage through the field is almost impossible. The stones are sharp-edged and scorched black. No volcanic eruption could have cast scorched stones over fields as large as the Harras. neither would the stones from volcanoes have been so evenly spread. The absence, in most cases, of lava, the stones lie free, also speaks against a volcanic origin of the stones. It appears that the blackened and broken stones of the Harras are trains of meteorites, scorched in their passage through the atmosphere, that broke during their fall, as bolides do. Or, on reaching the ground, billions of stones in a single Hera indicate that the trains of meteorites were very large and can be classed as comets. Despite alternate exposure to the thermal action of the hot desert sun and the cool desert night, the sharp edges of the stones have been preserved, which shows that they fell in a not-too-distant period of time. Following the procedure adopted in this book, literary references to the Harras of Arabia in ancient Hebrew and Arabic literatures will not be dealt with here. Meteorites that fall on the earth are of two kinds. One consists of iron and an admixture of nickel. By means of this admixture and the characteristic pattern seen in the cut surface of such stones, their meteoric origin can be easily established. The other group, probably larger than the first, does not differ in its composition from the rocks of the earth and cannot be distinguished unless the fall has been observed, or has, in the case of the stones of the Harras, their scorched and broken condition, together with their occurrence in large fields, speak for their extraterrestrial origin. Larger bodies than the stones of the Harras fell on Arabia too. In Wobar in the desert, there is a meteoric crater with meteoric iron and silica glass spread around it. Large rivers that dispersed numerous volcanoes that burned and were extinguished, blackened stones that fell in areas, each of them 100 times larger than any volcanic eruption could have covered, and meteoric iron spread around a large crater. All of these bespeak great upheavals in nature in recent as well as earlier ages, to which the vast peninsula of Arabia was more than once subjected. In the southern part of the great Arabian desert, ancient ruins almost entirely obliterated by time and the elements and vestiges of cultivation are silent witnesses of the time when the land there was hospitable and fruitful. It was as copiously watered and luxuriously forested as India on the same latitude. Orchards covered Hadramount and Aden. It was a land of plenty, paradise on the earth, but following a sudden catastrophe, Arabia Felix turned to a barren land. Arabia Petrea, the western part of the desert, is a dusty rock of lava that is broken by the Great Rift, with the Dead Sea, an inner lake on its bottom. Sulphurous springs flow into it, and asphalt rises from its floor and floats on it. Yeah, that whole part of the earth just seems to be dead. Like the Sahara and Arabian deserts, other great deserts of the world disclose the fact that they were inhabited and cultivated sometime in the past. On the Tibetan Plateau and in the Gobi Desert, remains of early prosperous civilizations were found, with occasional ruins surviving from those times when the great barren tracts were cultivated. In the Gobi Desert, as in the Arabian and Sahara deserts, the impression is gained that in a tectonic disturbance, the subterranean water dropped to a great depth. The sources became sealed, and the rivers dried up completely. Some changes in ground structure or in ground currents also affect the clouds, which pass over such lands without unburdening themselves. The Carolina Bays. Peculiar elliptical depressions, or oval craters, locally called bays, are thickly scattered over the Carolina coast of the United States, and more sparsely over the entire Atlantic coastal plain, from southern New Jersey to northeastern Florida. These marshy depressions are numbered in the tens of thousands, and according to the latest estimate, their number may reach 500,000. Measurements made on more prominent ones, seaward from Darlington, show that the larger bays average 2,200 feet in length, and in single cases exceeded 8,000 feet. A remarkable feature of these depressions is their parallelism. The long axis of each of them extends from northwest to southeast, and the precision of the parallelism is striking. Around the bays are the rims of Earth, invariably elevated at the southeastern end. These oral depressions may be seen especially well in aerial photographs. Any theory as to their origin must explain their form, the ellipticity of which increases with the size of the bays, their parallel alignment, and the elevated rims at their southeastern ends. In 1933, a theory was presented by Melton and Shriver of the University of Oklahoma, according to which the bays are scars left by a meteoric shower or colliding comet. Since then, the majority of the authors who have dealt with the problem have accepted this view, and it has found its way into textbooks as the usual interpretation. The authors of the theory stress the fact that since the origin of the bays apparently cannot be explained by the well-known types of geological activity, an extraordinary process must be found. Such a process is suggested by the elliptical shape, the parallel alignment, and the systematic arrangement of the elevated rims. The comet must have struck from the northwest. If the cosmic masses approached this region from the northwest, the major axes would have the desired alignment. The time when the catastrophe took place was estimated as sometime during the Ice Age. The bays are filled to a considerable extent by the deposition of sand and silt, a process which doubtless occurred while the region was covered by the sea during the terrace-forming marine invasion of the Pleistocene glacial period. But the possibility was also envisaged that the collision took place through the shallow ocean water during the marine invasion. The swarm of meteorites must have been large enough to hit an area from Florida to New Jersey. Some critics disagree with the idea that the bays originated in the Ice Age or are relatively ancient and place their origin in a more recent time. Some critics disagree with the idea that the bays originated in the Ice Age or are relatively ancient and place their origin in a more recent time. The craters were produced by meteoric impact, either by direct hits or by explosion in the air close to the ground, thus causing the formation of vast numbers of depressions. Some of the bays, it is assumed, are on the bottom of the ocean. It was also stressed that a very large number of meteorites have been discovered in the southern Appalachian region, in Virginia, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. End of subchapter. The bottom of the Atlantic. In the fall of 1949, Professor M. Ewing of Columbia University published a report on an expedition to the Atlantic Ocean. Explorations were carried on especially in the region about the mid-Atlantic ridge, the mountainous chain that runs from north to south, following the general outlines of the ocean. The ridge, as well as the ocean bottom to the west and to the east, disclosed to the expedition a series of facts that amounts to new scientific puzzles. One was the discovery of prehistoric beach sand, brought up in one case from a depth of 2 and the other nearly 3½ miles, far from any place where beaches exist today. I wonder how they knew it was beach sand. One of these sand deposits was found 1,200 miles from land. Sand is produced from rocks by the eroding action of sea waves pounding the coast, and by the action of rain and wind and the alteration of heat and cold. On the bottom of the ocean, the temperature is constant. There are no currents. It is a region of motionless stillness. Mid-ocean bottoms are covered with ooze made up of silt so fine that its particles can be carried, suspended in ocean water for a long time before they sink to the bottom, there to build sediment. The ooze contains skeletons of the minute animals, foraminifera, that live in the upper waters of the ocean in vast numbers. Oh, I see. There should be no coarse sand on the mid-ocean floor, because sand is native to the land areas and to the continental shelf, the coastal rim of the ocean and its seas. These considerations presented Professor Ewing with a dilemma. Either the land must have sunk 2 to 3 miles, or the sea once must have been 2 to 3 miles lower than now. Either conclusion is startling. If the sea was once 2 miles lower, where could all the extra water have gone? It is regarded as an accepted truth in geology that the seas have not changed their beds, with the exception of encroachment by shallow water on depressed continental areas. Thus, it was difficult to accept the startling conclusion that the bottom of the ocean was at one time in the past dry land. But there was another surprise in store for the expedition. The thickness of the sediment on the ocean bottom was measured by the well-developed method of sound echoes. An explosion is set off, and the time it takes for the echo to return from the sediment on the floor of the ocean is compared with the time required for a second echo to return from the bottom of the sediment, or from the bedrock, basalt, or granite. These measurements clearly indicate thousands of feet of sediments on the foothills of the ridge. Surprisingly, however, we have found that in the great flat basins on either side of the ridge, this sediment appears to be less than 100 feet thick, a fact so startling. Actually, the echoes arrived almost simultaneously, and the most that could be attributed in such circumstances to the sediment was less than 100 feet of thickness, or the margin of error. Always it had been thought the sediment must be extremely thick, since it had been accumulating for countless ages. But on the level basins that flank the mid-Atlantic ridge, our signals reflected from the bottom mud and from bedrock came back too close together to measure the time between them. They show the sediment in the basins is less than 100 feet thick. The absence of thick sediment on the level floor presents another of many scientific riddles our expedition propounded. It indicates that the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean on both sides of the ridge was only very recently formed. At the same time, on the flanks of the ridge, the layers of sediment in some places are thousands of feet thick, as was expected. These ocean bottom sediments we measured are formed from the shells and skeletons of countless small sea creatures. You thinking what I'm thinking? And from volcanic dust on the wind-blown soil drifting out over the sea. And from the ashes of burned-out meteorites and cosmic dust from outer space, sifting constantly down upon the earth. Burned-out meteorites and cosmic dust elicited the question, if the meteoric dust in our age is so sparse that it is hardly detectable on the snow of high mountains, how could ashes of burned-out meteorites and cosmic dust make up a substantial part of the oceanic sediment? And how could it be that all other sources, including detritus carried by rivers, have created in all ages since the beginning a sediment of only very moderate thickness? We dredged up rocks of igneous or fire-made type from the sides and tops of peaks on the mid-Atlantic ridge, which indicated that submarine volcanoes and lava flows have been active there. Probably the whole ridge is highly volcanic, with perhaps thousands of lava outpourings and active and extinct cones scattered along its entire length. And not only the submarine ridge is volcanic. There are many peaks of volcanic origin scattered over the Atlantic basin. In the direction of the Azores, the expedition found an uncharted submarine mountain, 8,000 feet high, with many layers of volcanic ash. And farther on, a great hole dropping down 1,809 fathoms, 10,854 feet, as if a volcano had carved in there at some time in the past. Lava flowed under the water of the ocean, and the water must have boiled. Meteorites, ashes, and cosmic dust fell from the sky. Land was submerged thousands of fathoms deep, and beaches sank over 3 miles into the depths. Holy smokes. From the abyss of the ocean, rocks marked with deep scratches were raised by the expedition. In a depth of 3,600 feet, 600 fathoms, we found rocks that tell an interesting story about the past history of the Atlantic Ocean. Granite and sedimentary rocks of types which originally must have been part of a continent. Most of the rocks that we dredged here were rounded and marked with deep scratches or striations. Such marks on rocks are regularly ascribed to the action of glaciers that held rocks in a firm grip and moved them over the surface of other rocks. But we also found some loosely consolidated mudstones, so soft and weak they would not have held together in the iron grasp of the glacier. How they got out here is another riddle to be solved by further research. Finally, the very entrance to New York Harbor, the Hudson River, was found to have a canyon running into the ocean, not only for the width of the continental shelf 120 miles offshore, as has been known for some time, but also for another 100 miles in deep water. If all this valley was originally carved out by the river on dry land, as seems probable, it means either that the ocean floor of the eastern seaboard of North America once must have stood about 2 miles above its present level, and has since subsided, or else that the level of the sea was once about 2 miles lower than now. Each one of these possibilities indicates an upheaval. All in all, the results of the expedition of the summer of 1949 strongly indicate that at some time, not so long ago, in numerous places where the Atlantic Ocean is today, there were land and beaches, and that in revolutions on a great scale, land became sea, thousands of fathoms deep. The leader of the Atlantis expedition, whom we have, how convenient, the Atlantis expedition, whom we have quoted here, did not use the term revolution, but it is unavoidable in the face of the expedition's finds, in order not to be regarded as the proponent of a hearsay. Ewing only made a negative statement. There is no reason to believe that this mighty underwater mass of mountains is connected in any way with the legendary lost Atlantis, which Plato described as having sunk beneath the waves. The floor of the seas. In July 1947, a Swedish deep-sea expedition left Gothenburg, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, on the Albatross for a 15-month journey around the world to investigate the bottom of the seas on the 17,000 miles of the ship's course with the help of a newly constructed vacuum core sampler. In the sediment that covers the rocky bottom of the oceans, the expedition found, in the words of its leader, H. Peterson, director of the Oceanographic Institute at Gothenburg, evidence of great catastrophes that have altered the face of the earth. Climactic catastrophes, which piled thousands of feet of ice on the higher latitudes of the continents, also covered the oceans with icebergs and ice fields at lower latitudes, and chilled the surface waters even down to the equator. Volcanic catastrophes cast rains of ash over the sea. This ash is preserved in the sedimentary bottom of the oceans. Tectonic catastrophes raised or lowered the ocean bottom hundreds, even thousands of feet, spreading huge tidal waves which destroyed plant and animal life on the coastal plains. At many places, such as the coast of Sweden, the bottom of the sea proved to consist of a lava bed of geologically recent origin, covered only by a thin veneer of sediment. The sediments of the Pacific and Indian Oceans, which often bore particles of volcanic material, also testified to the importance of volcanism in submarine geology. Some of our cores from the Mediterranean were marked with a coarse-grained layers consisting largely of volcanic ash that had settled on the bottom after great volcanic explosions. These layers are an unrivaled record of the irregular volcanic activity of the past. The oceanic floor all around the globe bears witness that the oceans of the earth were the scenes of repeated violent catastrophes when flows of lava and volcanic ash covered the precipitously rising or falling bedrock and tidal waves raced against continents. The bottom of the seas and the oceans also contains evidence that the earth was showered with meteorites on a very large scale. In many cases, the bottom consists of red clay. Samples of red clay from the Central Pacific showed a surprisingly high content of nickel, and also a high content of radium. Though the water of the ocean is almost completely free of these elements, the red clay is red because it contains ferruginous iron compounds. Meteoric iron differs from iron of terrestrial origin in its admixture of nickel, and it is this characteristic that makes it possible to differentiate iron tools of early ages, for instance, of the Pyramid Age in Egypt, and to decide whether iron pieces were smelted from ore or were worked meteorites. Nickel is a very rare element in most terrestrial rocks and continental sediment, and it is almost absent from ocean waters. On the other hand, it is one of the main components of meteorites. Thus, it is assumed that the origin of the abysmal nickel was in meteoric dust, or the very heavy showers of meteors in the remote past. The principal difficulty of this explanation is that it requires a rate of accretion of meteoric dust several hundred times greater than that which astronomers, who base their estimates on visual and telescopic counts of meteors, are presently prepared to admit. In a later publication, a popularized account of the Albatross expedition, Peterson writes, assuming the average nickel content of meteoric dust to be 2%, an approximate value for the rate of accretion of cosmic dust to the whole Earth can be worked out from these data. The result is very high, about 10,000 tons per day, or over 1,000 times higher than the value computed from counting shooting stars and estimating their mass. In other words, at some time, or times, there was such a fall of meteoric dust that, apportioned throughout the entire age of the ocean, it would increase 1,000-fold the daily accumulation of meteoric dust since the birth of the ocean. The ash and lava on the bottom of the oceans indicate catastrophic occurrences in the past. Iron and nickel point to celestial showers of meteorites, and thus possibly also to the cause of tectonic ruptures, of the collapse of the ocean floor, and of the outburst of lava under the surface of great oceanic spaces. Evidence of great upheavals has been brought forth from the islands of the Arctic Ocean and the tundras of Siberia, from the soil of Alaska, from Spitsbergen, and from Greenland, from the caves of England, the forest bed of Norfolk, and the rock fissures of Wales and Cornwall, from the rocks of France, the Alps and Juras, and from Gibraltar and Sicily, from the Sahara and the rift of Africa, from Arabia and its Harras, the Kashmir slopes of the Himalayas, and the Siwalik Hills, from the Irrawaddy in Burma, and from the Tintsan and Chocoluten deposits in China, from the Andes and the Altiplano, from the asphalt pits of California, from the Rocky Mountains and the Columbia Plateau, from the Cumberland Cave in Maryland and Agate Spring Quarry in Nebraska, from the hills of Michigan and Vermont with skeletons of whales on them, from the Carolina coast, from the submerged coast and the bottom of the Atlantic with its ridge, and the lava bottom of the Pacific, of the many other places in various parts of the world. We shall deal in some detail in the pages that follow, but we shall not exhaust the list, for there is not a meridian of longitude or a degree of latitude that does not show scars of repeated upheavals. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Poles displaced, the cause of the ice ages. One after the other, scenes of upheaval and devastation have presented themselves to explorers, and almost every new cave opened, mountain thrust explored, undersea canyon investigated, has consistently disclosed the same picture of violence and desolation. Under the weight of this evidence, two great theories of the 19th century have become more and more strained, the theory of uniformity and the theory of evolution built upon it. The other fundamental teaching originated in the 19th century, the theory of ice ages, has been loaded more and more heavily with the responsibility for the geological facts revealed. However, the cause of the ice ages remained a much discussed and never agreed upon subject. The origin of the glacial periods was sought on the earth below and in the heaven above. The theories that endeavored to explain what caused them fall under the following headings: astronomical, geological, and atmospherical. In the first group, some theories seek the cause of the ice ages in space, some in the sun, some in the relative positions of the sun and the earth. One idea was that the space through which the solar system traveled was not always of equally low temperature, the variations being due to gases or dust present in some areas. This idea has been abandoned. Another theory was that the sun is a variable star emitting more heat at some periods and less at others. This theory also failed to be substantiated and was generally rejected. Yet sporadically it finds new proponents. Still another theory would have the ice ages arrive when a hemisphere, the northern or the southern, happens to have its winter while the globe is at the furthest end of its ellipse, as the southern hemisphere is at present. The winter would be a little longer and colder. However, the summer, though a bit shorter, would be hotter, and if the Earth always traveled on its present orbit, the described variations would not bring about an ice age. It was also claimed that the terrestrial orbit becomes alternately more and less stretched. Of the geological group of theories, one supposed a change in the activity of warm springs, another a change in the direction of the Gulf Stream, which carries water warmed in the Caribbean to the northern Atlantic. If there were no Isthmus of Panama and North and South America were separated, the part of the stream from the Caribbean would flow into the Pacific. Both of these theories were shown to be inadequate. The paleontological survey of sea fauna on both sides of the isthmus suggests that the dividing strip of land existed long before the advent of the Ice Age. Another geological theory, which still has some adherents, sees the origin of the glacial periods in the changing altitude of the continents, which would also influence the direction of the winds and precipitation. But it is definitely opposed by such an authority on glacial geology as A.P. Coleman, Professor Emeritus of Geology at Toronto University. When one considers the distribution of ice sheets in the Pleistocene, covering 4 million square miles of North America and half as much of Europe, and the ice in Greenland, Iceland, Spitsbergen, the southern island of New Zealand, and Patagonia in South America, it becomes evident that all parts of the world could not have been elevated at once. The theory breaks down of its own weight. Therefore, elevation above snowline would cause local glaciation, but there is no evidence that large-scale ice sheets can be formed in this way, and that a universal refrigeration like that of the Pleistocene could be produced, thus is manifestly impossible. Of the atmospheric conditions that could affect a rise or drop in temperature, the varying quantity of carbon dioxide in the air and also of dust particles was called on to explain the changes in temperature in the past. With the diminution of the carbon dioxide content in the air, there would be a fall in the temperature, but it was demonstrated by calculation that this could not have been sufficient to cause the Ice Age. If the Earth were enveloped in clouds of dust that kept the rays of the sun from penetrating to the ground, there would be a fall in temperature. However, one would have to explain where such extensive and thick clouds of dust in the atmosphere could come from. Scores of methods of accounting for ice ages have been proposed, and probably no other geological problem has been so earnestly discussed, not only by geologists but by meteorologists and biologists, and yet no theory is generally accepted. A true theory of origin of ice ages, whether resorting to astronomical, geological, or atmospheric causes, must also explain why ice ages did not occur in northeastern Siberia, the coldest place on Earth. They all agree that there must have been an ice age, but none of them agree on how that came about. That's pretty good. But it did occur in temperate latitudes and in a much more remote past in India, Madagascar, and equatorial Brazil. None of the theories mentioned explains these strange facts. Very strange indeed. Hypotheses concerning warmer and colder areas in space, or the variability of the sun as a source of energy, are especially inadequate to account for the geographical distribution of the ice cover. Thus, the concept of ice ages, which is established in science as one of its most definite facts, serving also as a foundation for the theory of evolution, has no explanation itself. Shifting poles. All other theories of the origin of the Ice Age have failed. There remain an avenue of approach, which already early in the discussion was chosen by several geologists, a shift of the terrestrial poles. If for some reason the poles had moved from their original positions, old polar ice would have moved out of the Arctic and Antarctic circles and into new regions. The glacial cover of the Ice Age could have been the polar ice cap of an earlier epoch. Thus would be explained not only the origin of the ice cover, but also the fact that its geographical position did not coincide with the present polar circles. The simplest and most obvious explanation of great secular changes in climate and of former prevalence of higher temperatures in northern circumpolar regions would be found in the assumption that the Earth's axis of rotation was not always the same position, but that it may have changed its position as a result of geological processes, such as extended rearrangement of land and water. For decades, in the second half of the 19th century, many scientists participated in the debate centering around this theme. Astronomers and mathematicians asked the geologists what, in their opinion, could have caused such a shifting of the terrestrial poles. The best the geologists could offer was the redisposition of the weight on the surface of the Earth. Sir George B. Airy, Astronomer Royal, analyzed the question by assuming that the Earth, a perfectly rigid spheroid, a flattened globe, was disturbed in its rotation by a sudden elevation of mountainous mass in latitudes most favorable for production of a large effect. The axis of rotation would no longer coincide with the axis of figure. There would be wobbling. Under these circumstances, the axis of rotation would wander in the solid Earth, but it would not wander indefinitely. However, the smallest of the effect would be disappointing if a mountain mass should be produced equal to 1/1000th part of the mass of the equatorial bulge. which I apprehend is very far above the fact. The shift of the Earth's pole would be only 2 or 3 miles. This, though it would greatly surprise astronomers, would produce no such changes of climate as those it is desired to explain. Sir George Darwin, mathematician and cosmologist, the renowned son of an illustrious father, made more thorough calculations on this point. If an ocean bed 15,000 feet deep rose to become a continent the size of Africa, 1,100 feet above sea level, and on the other side of the globe an equal area became depressed, the effect would be a shift of the poles by about 2 degrees. However, where the Earth plastic, the poles would wander to a greater extent. Oh, were the Earth made of plastic? I assume he means that. However, were the Earth plastic, the poles would wander to a greater extent. James Kroll, the Scottish climatologist, wrote, "There probably never was an upheaval of such magnitude in the history of our Earth. And to produce a deflection of 3 degrees 17, a deflection that would hardly sensibly affect climate, no less than 1/10 of the entire surface of the Earth, would require to be elevated to the height of 10,000 feet. A continent 10 times the size of Europe, elevated 2 miles, would do little more than bring London to the latitude of Edinburgh, or Edinburgh to the latitude of London. He must be a sanguine geologist. Indeed, who can expect to account for the glaciation of this country, or for the former absence of ice around the poles by this means? We know perfectly well that since the glacial epoch there have been no changes in the physical geography of the Earth sufficient to deflect the pole 6 miles, far less 6 degrees. J. Evans, a geologist, suggested that the astronomers reconsider their conclusion on the supposition that the Earth is a shell filled with molten matter. He envisaged the possibility that under a change of load in the crust would be forced to alter its position in relation to the axis by as much as 20 degrees. Sir William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, the physicist, took up the issue and reported that the Earth cannot, as many geologists suppose, be a liquid mass enclosed in only a thin shell of solidified matter at the surface and for many miles below the surface. The rigidity of the Earth is certainly very much less than that of iron, and therefore at great depths the rigidity must be enormously greater than at the surface. Whatever be its age, we may be quite sure the Earth is solid in its interior, and we must utterly reject any geographical hypothesis which assumes the solid Earth to be a shell of 30 or 100 or 500 or 1,000 kilometers thickness, resting on an interior of liquid mass. Lord Kelvin showed that if the Earth were a liquid mass covered with a solid crust, the solid crust would yield so freely to the deforming influence of sun and moon that it would simply carry the waters of the oceans up and down with it, and there would be no sensible tidal rise or fall of water relatively to it. The state of the case is shortly this: the hypothesis of a perfectly rigid crust containing liquid violates physics by assuming preternaturally rigid matter and violates dynamical astronomy. Lord Kelvin admitted, however, that a larger shifting of the poles would be possible if the Earth had a solid nucleus in the interior, separated by a liquid layer from the outer crust. This he regarded as improbable, and directed his argument against an Earth with a molten interior. George Darwin reported the views of Lord Kelvin, presenting figures to show that the Earth could not have a fluid nucleus. its rigidity must be at least as great as that of steel. Thus, the efforts of the geologists to explain the origin of the ice cover by the shifting of poles foundered on the calculations of the mathematicians. Oh, they're in on that too. A mathematician made the point clear. Mathematicians may seem to geologists almost churlish in their unwillingness to admit a change in the Earth's axis. Geologists scarcely know how much is involved in what they ask. They do not seem to realize the vastness of the Earth's size, or the enormous quantity of her motion. When a mass of matter is in rotation about an axis, it cannot be made to rotate about a new one, except by external force. Internal changes cannot alter the axis. Only the distribution of matter and motion about it, outside of it, is what he means. If the mass began to revolve about a new axis, every particle would begin to move in a different direction. What is to cause this? Where is the force that could deflect every portion of it, and every particle of the Earth into a new direction of motion? Searching for causes in the Earth itself, the geologists offered a theory concerning changes on the surface of the globe, which, as the astronomers calculated, could have displaced the poles, but only to an extent entirely inadequate to account for the ice cover and the ice age. The explanation that appeared best to the geologists was rejected by the physicists and astronomers, who, for their part, could not propose any other satisfactory solution. Further developments showed that tides in the terrestrial crust, under the influence of moon and sun, unknown to Lord Kelvin, do exist, though they are minute. This seems that the Earth is not perfectly rigid. It is also found that the Earth makes a real wobbling motion. S.C. Chandler, an American astronomer, 1846 to 1913, explained the wobbling of the Earth as an indication of its being removed from a balanced position. Simon Newcomb, foremost American mathematical astronomer, in his paper on the periodic variation of latitude, wrote, Chandler's remarkable discovery that the apparent variation in terrestrial latitudes may be accounted for by supposing a revolution of the axis of rotation of the Earth around that of figure is in such disaccord with the received theory of the Earth's rotation that, at first, I was disposed to doubt its possibility. However, on reconsideration, he found a theoretical justification. Theory then shows that the axis of rotation will revolve around that of figure in a period of 306 days and in a direction from west toward east. G.V. Schiaparelli, the Italian astronomer, in his research de la rotation de la Terre sous influence des actions géologiques, 1889, pointed out that in case of displacement, the pole of inertia, or of figure, and the new pole of rotation would describe circles around each other, and the Earth would be in a state of strain. The Earth is at present in this condition, and as a result, the pole of rotation describes a small circle in 304 days, known as the Eulerian circle. This phenomenon of wobbling points to a displacement of the terrestrial poles sometime in the past. The question centers then on the forces that could have caused such a shift. Schiaparelli wrote, "The performance of the geographical poles in the very same regions of the Earth cannot be considered as incontestably established by astronomical or mechanical arguments. Such permanence may be a fact today, but it remains a matter still to be proven for the preceding ages of the history of the globe." He thought that a series of geological changes could, by their cumulative effect, step by step, destroy the equilibrium of the Earth. on condition that the Earth is not an absolutely rigid body. The possibility of great shifting of the pole is an important element in the discussion of prehistoric climates, and the distribution, geographic or chronologic, of ancient organisms. If this possibility is admitted, it will open new horizons for the study of great mechanical revolutions that the crust of the Earth underwent in the past. We cannot imagine, for instance, that the terrestrial equator could take the place of a meridian without great horizontal tension. In some regions, that would open great rifts, and in other regions, horizontal compressions would have taken place, such as are imagined today in order to explain the folding of the strata and formation of the mountains. The resistance of the spheroid, or the terrestrial globe, flattened at the poles to a change in position must, in Schiaparelli's opinion, show itself also in the leveling of great areas and the extension of shallow seas, like that of the Baltic and the North Seas. He finished by saying, "Our problem, so important from the astronomical and mathematical standpoint, touches the foundations of geology and paleontology. Its solution is tied to the most grandiose events in the history of the Earth." Thus, finally, an eminent astronomer, after a thorough examination of the problem, went over to the side of the geologist. However, he reasoned in a circle, the geological changes would cause the terrestrial poles to move from their places, and the motion of the poles from their places would cause geological and climatal changes. A gradual and slow displacement of the poles, or a tilting of the axis, would explain the geographical position of the ice in the past, but it would not account for other phenomena observed, such as the extent of the glacial cover and the suddenness with which it enveloped the Earth. Agassiz realized this, and in support of the idea that the ice ages came suddenly, he quoted Cuvier. Cuvier died before the Ice Age theory was promulgated, but he understood that the climate must have altered suddenly in order to encase the large quadrupeds of Siberia in ice as soon as they were killed, and to preserve their bodies from decay since then. Therefore, wrote Cuvier, in prophetic anticipation of the debate that has been renewed for over 100 years, down to our times, all hypotheses of a gradual cooling of the Earth or a slow variation of the inclination or position of the terrestrial axis are inadequate. The sliding continents. The geological changes in the distribution of land and water being inadequate to explain the shifting of the poles, the problem is thrown back once more onto the domain of astronomy. But before we ask what forces in the solar system could have displaced the terrestrial axis, we shall discuss a theory that has for over 3 decades occupied the minds of geologists, climatologists, and evolutionists. The theory of the shifting continents. Instead of the poles shifting according to Wagner's theory, the continents drift and pass one after the other through the southern and northern polar regions. In August 1950, the British Association for the Advancement of Science devoted the sessions of its annual convention to debate on the question, is the theory of the continental drift slide right or wrong? There were many defenders of the theory, and as many opponents. The theory was then put to a vote. The result was an even division between yea and nay. The chairman was entitled to cast the deciding vote, but abstained. Only through the fortuitous circumstance that the presiding officer was a conscientious or undecided person was the sanctification of continental drift averted. The theory of drifting continents, debated since the 1920s, has its starting point in the similarity of the shapes of the coastlines of Brazil and Africa. This similarity, or better complementation, plus some early faunal and floral affinities suggested to Professor Alfred Wegener in Styria that in an early geographical age these two continents, South America and Africa, were one landmass. But since animal and vegetable affinities could also be found in other parts of the world, Wegener conjectured that all continents and islands were once a single landmass, that in various epochs divided and drifted apart. Those who do not subscribe to the theory of continental drift continue to explain the affinity of plants and animals by land bridges, or former land connections between continents, and also between continents and islands, in order that continents might move. It is claimed that there must be a basic difference between the composition of the Earth's crust, that is exposed in land masses, and that which exists at the bottom of the ocean. The theory of drifting continents is grounded on the increasingly well-proven doctrine of isostasy, or the flotation of the crust of the Earth on plastic magma. See there, the Earth loves plastic. I have a secret theory that the Earth created man to make plastic. I'm just kidding. A new nomenclature was introduced. The land masses, or the outer crust, are called seal, or sile, an abbreviation of silicon and aluminum, two of the elements predominant in the composition of terrestrial rocks. The substratum is called sima, an abbreviation of silicon and magnesium, sima, an abbreviation of silicon and magnesium. There being a good reason for believing that the rocks forming the substratum, bottom, of the ocean bed are more basic in composition and contain a large proportion of magnesium oxide. It is also assumed that the sima underlies the seal of the continents, and processing the plastic properties of sealing wax permits the continents to drift. Besides accounting for the correspondence between the coastal features of eastern South America and western Africa, and between those of other continents, and certain affinities in the animal and plant kingdoms, the theory of drift tries to account for several geological phenomena, all in need of explanation. The cause of ice ages, 2. The distribution of coal beds, and 3. The formation of mountains. According to Wegener, mountainous crests rose in the movement of the land on the forward side of the floating continents, meeting some resistance in its motion on elastic sima, the seal, formed elevations. Thus, when South America moved away from Africa, an elevation was raised on the side turned to the Pacific Ocean, the Andes. If, from the beginning, there was one landmass, there could have been only one ocean too, and according to Wegener, the only ocean was the Pacific Ocean. The Atlantic is a later formation, and its bottom cannot be of sima like that of the Pacific, but is built of stretched seal. Sufficient proof of the difference in composition of the substratum of the Atlantic and the Pacific has not yet been adduced. The occurrence in an early glacial period of ice cover in lands now in tropical and subtropical regions is explained by the supposition that these lands were once in the Antarctic. However, their extent is so great that if all of them were joined around the South Pole, many parts that have signs of the Ice Age would still be too remote from the pole. The theory assumes, therefore, that these lands occupied in succession the position of the Antarctic continent today, each in its turn passing through a glacial period. The signs of glaciation in Africa, India, Australia, and South America are accounted for by the successive sliding of these continents through the southern polar region. A similar explanation is offered for the origin of the Ice Age in the northern hemisphere at a much more recent date, when the land masses of North America and Europe wandered close to the North Pole. The North Pole is charted on various points of the globe. In the Pacific, in the Canadian archipelago, in Greenland, and Spitsbergen, all in succession during the Pleistocene or recent Ice Age. The coal beds in northern countries, among them Alaska and Spitsbergen, are dated by Wegner from the time when these lands occupied tropical or subtropical belts on their passage from southern hemisphere to northern. The Columbia Plateau. Great quantities of lava flowed out in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, where some 200,000 square miles were covered to depths of hundreds and even several thousand feet. The Snake River has cut the Seven Devils Canyon more than 3,000 feet deep without reaching the bottom of the lavas. The enormous area embracing all the northern states between the Rocky Mountains and the Pacific coast, was flooded with molten rock and metal pouring out of fissures torn in the ground. Certainly it does not look like a volcanic eruption of our days, and for this reason alone, if not for a multitude of others, the principle of uniformity is definitely misleading. The depth of lava of this vast Columbia Plateau is as great as 5,000 feet or more, even on the supposition that it was ejected in paroxysms, each time spreading a sheet only 75 feet thick. It is still enormous, and then such an injection must have been repeated as much as 70 times in the Cenozoic age, the age of mammals and man. And here is a striking thing. Striking because we are too readily disposed to consider that we have solved a problem when we remove it to the remote past. All competent observers have remarked the freshness of lava deposits in the Snake River Valley in Idaho. Only a few thousand years ago, lava flowed there, over an area larger than France, Switzerland, and Belgium combined. It flowed not as a creek, not as a river, not even as an overflowing stream, but as a flood, deluging horizon after horizon, filling all the valleys, devouring all the forests and habitations, steaming large lakes out of existence, as though they were little potholes filled with water, swelling even higher and overtopping mountains, and burying them deep beneath molten stone. Boiling and bubbling, thousands of feet thick, billions of tons heavy. In 1889, on the occasion of the boring of an artesian well at Nampa, Idaho, on the Columbia Plateau near the Snake River, a small figurine of baked clay was extracted through a depth of 320 feet, penetrated after piercing a sheet of basalt lava 15 feet thick. G.F. Wright described the find and wrote, "The well was tubed with heavy iron tubing, 6 inches in diameter, so that there could be no mistake about the occurrence of the image at the depth stated." He also added, "No one has come forward to challenge the evidence except on purely a priori grounds arising from preconceived opinions of the extreme antiquity of the deposits. Before the last lava sheets spread over the Columbia Plateau, there were human abodes in the area." A continent torn apart. Africa was in tension and torn by north and south fractures, which, along with the sinking of a strip of crust, formed the longest meridional land valley on Earth. From Lebanon and Syria, then almost to the Cape, there runs a deep and comparatively narrow valley, margined by almost vertical sides and accompanied by the sea, by salt steps and old lake basins, and by a series of over 20 lakes, of which only one has an outlet to the sea. This is a condition of things absolutely unlike anything else on the surface of the earth. The author of these lines, J.W. Gregory, the famous explorer of the Great American Rift, adopted the view that a general common cause created the entire rift, from its north to its south end. The rift begins in the valley of the Orontes River in Syria at Baalbek. It goes over to the Litani River Valley, then to Lake Hula in Palestine, along the Jordan River to the Sea of Galilee, called also Gennesaret, or the Sea of Tiberias, which lies in a depression below the level of the Mediterranean, from there to the Dead Sea, the deepest depression on earth, between the Judean and the Moabite mountainous plateaus that were torn apart, then along the Arabia Valley to the Gulf of Aqaba in the Red Sea, and across the channel of this sea into Africa. Thence, for an enormous distance, to the Sabi River in the Transvaal, branching on the way eastward to the Gulf of Aden and westward to Tanganyika and the Upper Nile, and the rift valleys of lakes Maurice and Upemba in the central Congo, all the way from 36 degrees north latitude in Syria to about 28 degrees latitude in East Africa, in a sinuous line along the meridian for more than a third of the way from one pole to another. It was recognized that a horizontal force of one kind or another that had been the cause of this rift valley. The simplest and earliest thought was that Africa had been pulled apart. However, another school of geologists questioned whether the rift could not have been produced under horizontal pressure, which forced the margins of the rift valley up and the valley stripped down. After a long debate, the consensus restated the view expressed by Edward Seuss, a prominent geologist at the turn of the century. The opening of fissures of such magnitude can be explained only by the action of a tension directed perpendicularly to the trend of the split, the tension being relieved in the instant of bursting, that is, of opening of the fissure. He observed also that immense floods of lava gushed out of the earth along the rift, and most vigorous volcanic action took place. Seuss brought to geology the now generally accepted concept of Gondwana land, a continental mass that occupied the larger portion of the Indian Ocean, and that in a relatively recent subsidence was torn apart and drowned. The subsidence of the Gondwana East African Valley would, due to any inhabitants of our satellite. Not the least interesting of the points raised by the African Red Sea Jordan Depression is the possibility that it may explain the nature of those lunar clefts which have so long been a puzzle to astronomers. The rift was produced by tension, hence the rifts on the moon were also caused by tension. Gregory followed Seuss in linking the Great Rift Valley with the mountain chains, the last great uplift of fold mountains in Europe, Asia, and the Americas. Thus, the time of the last uplift, if established, would also clarify the time when Africa suffered the Great Rift. It is probable, too, that the rift began in one great tension and increased in the next. Gregory concluded, this widespread valley system is obviously not the result of some local fracture. Its length is about 1/6 the circumference of the earth. It must have some worldwide cause, the first promising clue to which is the date of its formation. The mountain ridge on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean may have been produced by the same cause, and the time of the rupture and faulting must have been coincident with one of the periods of mountain formation in Europe and Asia. Those mountains obtained their present height in the age of man. The rift, it is assumed today, was also created largely in the age of man, at the end of the Ice Age. What kind of force is necessary to tear apart a continent Whence came the tension that was relieved by the bursting of the African landmass? Ice did not do it, nor the wind that erodes mountain heights, nor the rivulets that carry eroded detritus down to the sea. End of chapter. In 1952, author polymath extraordinaire Immanuel Velikovsky authored and published Earth in Upheaval. After reading most of this book, somehow I have a hard time getting over the fact that the book is older than I am, but it's still current. I don't know if that's speaking. 1895 and 1950. The time was ripe for a heresy. 180 years ago, in 1773, Pierre Simon de Laplace, 1749 to 1827, then 23 years old, stood before the Académie des Sciences in Paris and read a paper in which he proved the stability of the solar system. All deflections of the planets from their paths are only periodic oscillations from their mean courses, and the celestial mechanism is wound up to go on forever. Laplace's contemporary, Jean-Baptiste de Lamarck, 1744 to 1829, set out to demonstrate in a series of works that this Earth has ever been a peaceful abode of evolution, free from spasmodic disturbances, in opposition to the dominant waves of his day. These ideas of harmony or stability in the celestial and terrestrial spheres gained ground in the 19th century and became the foundation of scientific thought. In 1846, Leverrier, by announcing the existence of the planet Neptune, which was immediately thereafter discovered in the part of the sky indicated by him, proved the gravitational theory of Newton and the orderly universe of Laplace to be correct. However, in the same year, by detecting the anomaly in the revolution of Mercury, always accumulating in one and the same direction, he threw the first doubt on the infallibility of these very laws. The theory of uniformity, as understood by Lamarck and Hutton, was developed by Lyell, became the cornerstone of Darwinian theory, and Darwin went so far as to say that anybody who was unconvinced by Lyell's teaching should refrain from reading The Origin of Species. The principle of uniformity, or the explanation of all past events in the history of the globe, and in terms of the processes in action in our own age, or the denial of catastrophic crisis in the past, gave Darwin what he needed most for his idea of the origin of species: almost unlimited time, in order that from the struggle for existence or competition new forms should evolve, and that an animal like the spider with its many legs and human beings should have had a common ancestor. Untold eons were necessary. By the end of the 19th century, the war between the theory of evolution and the theory of creation in 6 days, less than 6,000 years ago, was concluded with victory to the theory of evolution. The difficulty left was, in the view of Thomas Huxley, that no really new species had appeared on the world scene since the scientific observations were made. Not even the breeding experiments. The breeding experiments, just what would that be about?
Very interesting.
The geological record, however, spoke unequivocally of the fact, in the past, lived animal forms that do not live any longer. And of those forms that live in our age, many were not present in the geological past. Laplace's theory of the origin of the solar system, of a rotating nebula, was replaced by the end of the century with a theory of a catastrophic beginning in a near collision of the Sun with another star, with debris forming the planets. Isn't that interesting? And what star was that other star? And where did that information come from? But it was stressed by the authors of this new theory that the universe is orderly, and this beginning in a cataclysm was an unusually rare occurrence in the cosmos, and that the solar system is governed by the principle of stability, as enunciated by Laplace, and the Earth by a law of uniformity, in the animals and plants by the law of evolution, through continuity. It appeared that basic principles having been established, science had before it only the work of refinement and observation, and in the addition of details for perfection of knowledge. But the time of basic discoveries was over. This was the outlook in 1895. In April of that year, in an attempt to discover the North Pole, reached a point less than 4 degrees from it. The scientific world looked upon the discovery of the North Pole as the most coveted goal still left to be attained by science. But before Nansen, drifting from latitude 8614, reached his home in Norway, the scene changed. Conrad Röntgen of Würzburg discovered the X-rays, or cathode rays, that pass through opaque bodies. In the same year of 1895, 20-year-old Marconi, working at the home of his father near Bologna, made the first successful experiment with wireless transmission. Okay, now I have read that he ripped off Tesla when he was his understudy, and that Bologna was notorious for having self-important
tricksters and evildoers.
intellectuals there that were made fun of by a comedy troupe, and that's where the saying, "you're full of baloney," came from. That year, too, Sigmund Freud published his first paper, together with Joseph Breuer, which led to a new understanding of the realm known as the subconscious. And at the same time, Pavlov made his contribution to the psychology of the reflexes. Pavlov's dog. The next year, and still before Nansen had landed on the Norwegian coast, Henry Becquerel, working on uranium, discovered the phenomena of radioactivity. 2 years later, he was followed by the Curies, who discovered radium. In 1897, J.J. Thomson announced that the atom is divisible and is actually a microcosm. And he was followed by Rutherford. In 1900, Planck presented the theory of quanta, or energies dispatched in bundles or shots, and not in a continuous stream. And in the field of origin of species, in 1900, Van Vries announced mutations in plants, observed for the first time, a process of spontaneous changes in living nature fundamentally different from the process of evolution through continuity as postulated by Darwin. Thus, in a few years, in a spectacular series of discoveries, the entire world, matter and energy, and living species, and the human soul opened new horizons, and everything appeared to be incessant vibration, collisions, and transformation, the macrocosm, the microcosm, and even the subtle world of the mind, all alike. That's interesting. It's just like that today. And in 1905, Albert Einstein, then 26 years old, offered his understanding of the physical world, an understanding that required a new mental approach, or so it was thought, and single-handedly set science back 150 years. I've heard it said before that just prior to World War I, there was a major wake-up going on. That kind of makes you think about, World War I ruined everything. When it was over, and after the Spanish flu killed another 50 million people, Salvador Dali and Einstein emerged as a testimonial that the age of basic discoveries had not ended with the victory of Darwin over the book of Genesis. Since then, another 50 years have passed, once more, as before, the end of the 19th century. We are told that the fundamentals are all known. The age of basic discoveries is definitely terminated, this time for certain, and present and future generations will have to satisfy themselves with detecting details, accumulating data, and adding decimals. And though the exciting decade of 1895 to 1905 threw light on processes in matter, life, and soul, processes that are certainly not inert and are marked by spontaneity and conflict, science in its various branches adjusted the new discoveries and ideas to the framework of the old great principle reigning equally in lifeless and living nature, the law of harmony and unperturbed stability. The time was ripe for heresy. In 1950, a book, Worlds in Collision, created an outburst of emotions almost unprecedented in science. I came upon the idea that traditions and legends and memories of generic origin can be treated in the same way in which we treat psychoanalysis. The early memories of a single individual. I spent 10 years on this work. I found that the collective memory of humankind spoke of a series of global catastrophes that occurred in historical times. I believe that I could even identify the exact times and the very agents of the great upheavals of the more recent past. The conclusions at which I arrived compelled me to cross the frontiers into various fields of science, archaeology, geology, and astronomy. The result was a book, a prolegomena. In its concluding pages, I conceded that more problems were raised than had been solved, and I promised always reckoning with the limitations of the individual scholar, to pursue my study into these fields too. But already the implications of the fact of great global catastrophes on the earth, one of the celestial bodies in a time so recent, had caused my critics to assert, in the words of a Harvard astronomer, that here was most amazing example of a shattering of accepted concepts on record. In the heat of the debate, in the press of the book, was pronounced one of the most significant books written since the invention of printing, and also the worst book since the invention of movable characters. Believing that an emotional atmosphere is not well suited to fruitful debate.
Fascinating.
I have entered only infrequently into the controversy. I have made short factual corrections of statements by the Royal Astronomer and by J.B.S. Haldane, appearing in their reviews of my book, and I participated in a debate with your professor of astronomy, J.Q. Stewart, in the pages of Harper's Magazine, June 1951. I appeared before the American Philosophical Society, which, at its annual meeting in April 1952, held a symposium on some orthodoxies of modern science. My unorthodoxy being the chief subject on the agenda. Otherwise, I have kept myself out of the verbal conflict. Now, more than 3.5 years have passed since the publication of the book, and I appreciate the opportunity offered me by your invitation to present a dispassionate review of recent finds in the 3 fields named in the title of my address: Worlds in Collision and Recent Finds in Archaeology. In my book, I describe the great natural catastrophes of the 2nd and 1st millennia before the present era. Prominence is given to the description of the natural upheaval that occurred in the closing hours of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt. I synchronized this event with the Exodus, when sea, land, and sky were in uproar. The collective human memory retained an inexhaustible array of recollections of a time when the world was in conflagration, when sea engulfed land, earth trembled, the celestial bodies were disturbed in their motions, meteorites fell. My narrative is based on historical texts of many peoples around the globe, and that is the key. Classical literature, on epics of northern races, on sacred books of the Orient and Occident, on traditions and the folklore of primitive peoples. The question that arose was, Where's the archaeological evidence? In later chapters of my book, I gave such evidence. Water clocks and sundials that show a different length of the day or altered latitudes. Change in orientation of ancient temples, which originally faced toward the east, but do so no longer. I also closely examined in my book the calendars of the civilized peoples of antiquity, from Mexico and Peru to Greece, Iran, Israel, Egypt, Babylon, Assyria, India, and China, and the calendar reforms that were made. All this material gave strong support to the literary evidence. Working independently of me, Professor Claude Schaefer, whose earlier excavations at Ras Shamara, Ugarit, caused a complete revolution in biblical exegesis, published a volume, Stratigraphie Comparie et Chronologie, G.D. Lycée Occidental, printed by Oxford University Press. In this very detailed and technical work, comprising together with tables almost 1,000 pages, Schaefer demonstrates that on several occasions, each marking the end of an epoch, the entire ancient East was shaken and devastated. Modern annals of seismology know nothing comparable in severity and extent. The most devastating of these upheavals took place at exactly the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, causing its downfall, as claimed in Worlds in Collision and Ages in Chaos. Cities were overturned. Epidemics left the dead piled in common graves. The pursuit of arts and commerce came to an abrupt end. Empires ceased to exist. Strata of earth dust and ashes, yards thick, covered the ruined city. In many places, the population was annihilated. In others, it was decimated. Settled living was replaced by nomadic existence. Climate changed. Claude Schaefer analyzed the archaeological finds of every place excavated from Troy to the Dardanelles, over all Asia Minor, Armenia, Caucasus, Persia, Syria, Cyprus, Palestine, to Egypt and Africa. He summarizes his extensive volume. Thus, our inquiry has demonstrated that these repeated crises, which opened and closed the principal periods of the third and second millennia, were not caused by the action of a man. Far from it, because compared with the vastness of these all-embracing crises and their profound effects, the exploits of conquerors would appear only insignificant. Schaefer's work sheds a new light on the conclusions at which Sir Arthur Evans arrived after many years of archaeological work on Crete. The island was shattered in violent catastrophes that were accompanied by fire, and in these upheavals the cultural and political ages of the Minoan kingdom went down. At the same time, the corresponding Egyptian ages were terminated. Troy III was destroyed, and its 50 feet thick fortress wall fell when the Middle Kingdom in Egypt fell. The volcano on the island of Thera exploded, and the most unimaginable fury. Recent archaeological work in the Indus Valley showed, too, that about minus 1500, and in advance of the Aryan invasion, cities with great walls were destroyed, and a flourishing civilization came to a sudden end. The synchronization of the Exodus with the end of the Middle Kingdom was also the starting point of a reconstruction of ancient history. From that point on to the advent of Alexander the Great, which took the form of a two-volume work, Ages in Chaos, the first volume of which was published in the spring of 1952. The problem of the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history had never been solved. The papyrus of Ipuwer, the Naos of El Arish, I found descriptions of a natural upheaval very similar, sometimes identical, with the description in the book of Exodus. Following plagues, when the river was blood-color, amid a hurricane and darkness of 7 days' duration. The Pharaoh and his host were drowned in a whirlpool at Pi Ka Karath, the same place where the Pharaoh of the Exodus was drowned. These parallels compelled me to fix an unorthodox date, collating the historical text of following generations for 1,200 years. I could establish numerous correlations between histories of Egypt and of Israel, which could not be accidental. My reconstruction demonstrated the Egyptian history and the histories of the nations which were written in harmony with it are set out of line with the historical past by about 600 to 700 years. Thus, in my works, have there been a starting point in the recognition that the Middle Kingdom in Egypt went down in a great natural catastrophe. The recent excavation in Jericho has confirmed the fact that the great walls of the city fell a few decades after the end of the Middle Kingdom. But at the time in which conventional chronology places the arrival of the Israelites under Joshua in Canaan, there was no city at Jericho and no walls to fall, according to Ages in Chaos. However, the Israelites came to the walls of Jericho one generation after the song. I had the song in my mind. I used to sing the song in church. And the walls came tumbling down. Brought back a memory. The Israelites came to the walls of Jericho one generation after the end of the Middle Kingdom, and the enigmatic hiatus of 600 years proves not to be real. I expect new evidence from the Minoan scripts, I was just talking about them, and the so-called Hittite pictographs. And the Hittites are the ones who said Neptune was the king of heaven. Text in the Minoan Linear B script. Yep. Were found years ago on Crete and in Mycenae and in several other places on the Greek mainland. I believe that when the Minoan writings unearthed in Mycenae are deciphered, they will be found to be Greek. Linear B has been found at one site only in Crete. This was at the Palace of Knossos. It has been found in many sites in Greece, including Mycenae. However, it is now known to be an early form of Greek. The Phaistos disc is the only example of the third type of writing has ever been found. It is on a decorative disc found at the palace at Phaistos. It may not be Cretan. It may have come from Anatolia. Just for snicks, I thought I'd look it up, and lo and behold, chuck up another one for Dr. Velikovsky. I also claim that these texts are of a later date than generally believed. No Dark Age of 6 centuries duration intervened in Greece between the Mycenaean and the Ionian Age of the 7th century. Before long, new evidence will come from the so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor, Mesopotamia, and northern Syria. You know, I haven't heard a thing about them. Since the recent discovery of Karatepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new stage. Before long, new evidence will come from so-called Hittite pictograph writings found in Asia Minor. Since the recent discovery of Karatepe in Asia Minor of bilingual inscriptions in ancient Hebrew and in pictographs, efforts at decipherment have entered a new stage. Today, the Hittite pictograph are already in the process of being read. In my reconstruction, I come to the conclusion that they are Chaldean signs, not Hittite. I also expect unequivocal evidence that these signs were used down to the last century before the present era. Owing to the confusion in conventional chronology, the Chaldean writings of the Neo-Babylonian Empire are ascribed to early centuries and an imaginary empire. W.F. Libby and his associates at the University of Chicago have developed the radiocarbon method of dating organic matter. Wood from under the foundation of the Hittite fortress of Alisar in Asia Minor turned out to be 700 to 800 years younger than conventional chronology would allow, thus giving a full support to my dating. Hittite history interwoven with Egyptian history of the New Kingdom cannot be shortened without at the same time shortening the history of Egypt. The age of pieces of wood from the tombs of the Old and Middle Kingdoms in Egypt also proved to be in harmony with my reconstruction. However, for the decisive period that of the New Kingdom, no radiocarbon analysis has been made. Arctic Ocean in the north and the COLUMBIA in the east. In Worlds in Collision, page 329, I expressed my belief that human settlements would be discovered farther to the north on the COLUMBIA or Lena rivers flowing into the Arctic Ocean. On the lower Lena, north of the confluence with Vili, inside the polar circle. Monuments are found of a characteristic culture. Outstanding finds were made near Lake Yolba, not far from Gigansk. As soon as the archaeologists started a methodic investigation of the area, in Yakutsk itself was found a workshop of an ancient metallurgist, in which, at the end of the second millennium, before the present era, he made bronze axes, similar to the axes manufactured about that time in the Near East and in Europe. In the Yakutsk taiga, 2.5 or 3,000 years ago, there already lived artisans in metals who were able to extract copper from ore, to melt it and pour it into forms, and to make axes, beautiful bronze tips for the spears, knives, and even swords. These relics of a civilization in the taiga of northwestern Siberia imply that the climate changed there in the age of advanced man. Before the ice froze the region, voracious members of the elephant family roamed there in large herds. Recent finds in geology. Archaeological evidence of continental upheavals in the second millennium having been presented in detail by Schaefer, the evidence of geology and paleontology called for elucidation. To this, I have dedicated a special work, now close to completion, and since it will be published before very long, I shall refer here only briefly to some of this material. A little over a decade ago, it was observed that in the gold-digging hydraulic giants in Fairbanks District in Alaska, sluicing out miles-long cuts opened great hecatombs of animals. Their numbers are appalling. The Bronze Age may have been well on its way in the centers of ancient civilization. Palms were found to have grown in northern Greenland, where now for half a year there is darkness, and it is permanently cold. At some time in the remote past, corals grew in Spitsbergen and sequoia forests in Alaska, and it was early understood that the terrestrial axis must have changed its position. Airy, Lord Kelvin, George Darwin, and many others, including Schiaparelli and Simon Newcomb, participated in a long debate on the astronomical and geological possibility of a sudden change in the direction of the terrestrial axis. A debate that was erroneously thought to have started as a consequence of Worlds in Collision. It was understood that such a change must have taken place unless the strange finds are to be left without explanation. The theory of drifting continents, offered as a substitute, was rejected for many reasons. Jeffrey showed that the mobile force invoked by Wagner is 100 billion times too small to move the continents. Eddington thought that possibly only the crust in its entirety moved, and the axis of the core was left unchanged in direction. But the mobile force he invoked, the tidal inequalities of lunar origin, would not have moved the latitudes out of their places, the directional pull being east to west. W.B. Wright, in his The Quaternary Ice Age, 2nd edition, 1937, says that during geological history there occurred many changes in the position of the climatic zones on the surface of the Earth, which cannot be explained except by a shifting of the axis or a displacement of the pole from its present position. But what could have brought about a change in the inclination of the terrestrial axis to the plane of the ecliptic? I discussed this question in the closing pages of Worlds in Collision and suggested the entrance of the Earth into a strong magnetic field. The newly developed science of Paleomagnetism brought and daily continues to bring confirmation of the fact that lavas and igneous rocks in all parts of the world are reversely magnetized. But what is even more startling is to find that the reversely magnetized rocks are 100 times more strongly magnetized than the Earth's magnetic field could have caused them to be. H. Manley, in his review, writes, "It may seem strange that a rock which is made magnetic by the Earth's field should become so strongly magnetized compared to the generating force. This is one of the most astonishing problems of paleomagnetism." Manley also refers to the tests made years ago by G. Fulgemerator and P. L. Mercanton on the clay of ancient Etruscan vases. They were found to have been fired when the vases were closer to the south magnetic pole. Their position during the firing is known because of the flow of the glaze, and the magnetic dip or inclination of the clay is found. Manley writes, "This implies that in the 6th century BC, the Earth's magnetic field was reversed in the central Mediterranean area." He speaks also of a general reversal in historical times, 2,500 years ago, that must be cleared up by additional research. Knowing from my study of ancient literary sources the proper time of exogenous disturbances in terrestrial rotation, I suspected an inaccuracy in the last sentence of an otherwise well-written article by Manley. The reversal must have occurred in the 8th century and again in the beginning of the 7th, minus 687. I was gratified to find in the original publication of Professor Mercanton, to whom I directed my inquiry, that the vases with reversed polarity date from the 8th century. I expect that, should the research be extended to vases dating from the end of the Middle Kingdom in Egypt, circa 3,500 years ago, other periods of unnatural polarity would be determined in Egypt and elsewhere. Professor R. Daly of Harvard University found that 3,500 years ago, all over the world, the level of the ocean suddenly dropped. He thought it might be due to a sudden sinking of the crust. And in an authoritative work, Marine Geology, 1950, Professor P.H. Kuenen of the Netherlands finds that this recent shift is now well established on observations in many places of the world, and he too assigns this catastrophic drop of the ocean level to 3,500 years ago. The recent expedition of the Oceanographic Institute at Gothenburg under H. Peterson, which covered the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, found, according to its leader, evidences of great catastrophes that have altered the face of the earth. He speaks of climatic catastrophes and of tectonic catastrophes that raised or lowered the ocean bottom hundreds, even thousands of feet, spreading huge tidal waves which destroyed plant and animal life on the coastal plains at many places. A lava bed of geologically recent origin was covered only by a thin veneer of sediment. He discovered that the Pacific and Indian Ocean beds consist largely of volcanic ash that had settled on the bottom after great volcanic explosions. He also found a large nickel content in the clay of the ocean bottoms and decided that this abysmal nickel must have been of meteoric origin. Consequently, he concludes there were very heavy showers of meteors. The principal difficulty of this explanation is that it requires a rate of accretion of meteoric dust several hundred times greater than that which astronomers are presently prepared to admit. Professor Ewing of Columbia University carried on his investigation in the Atlantic in 1949. He published his results and, like Peterson, found that lava spread only recently on the bottom of the ocean. He also came upon signs of land deep on the bottom of the ocean and concluded either the land must have sunk 2 to 3 miles or the sea must have been 2 or 3 miles lower than now. Either conclusion is startling. The pollen analysis made by various scientists of the bottom of the North Sea between Germany, England, Scotland, and Norway convinced researchers that this area, in its present shape, originated only very recently, in the subboreal, the date of 1500 before the present era often being selected. At that time, there occurred a climasters. Once there had been a sea. Then it was covered by debris carried from the mountains of Norway. Artifacts have been found from the time when the North Sea was land. The investigation of the delta formation of the Bear River on the Alaskan border, very carefully made by Hansen, showed that at the present rate of sedimentation, the delta is estimated to be only 3,600 years old. A. de la Parent, the leading French geologist of the beginning of the century, calculated that since the time the Rhone Glacier started to melt, less than 3,000 years have passed. Modern research confirms that many of the alpine glaciers are less than 4,000 years old. Professor Flint of Yale refers to the redetermination of the age of the Upper Great Gorge of Niagara Falls and writes, 1947, the age of the Upper Great Gorge is calculated as somewhat more than 4,000 years. And to obtain even this low figure, we have to assume that the rate of recession has been constant, although we know that discharge has in fact varied greatly during post-glacial times. Surnander and others demonstrated that in 1500 and again after minus 1800, Surnander and others demonstrated that in minus 1500 and again after minus 800, there occurred climatic catastrophes of global dimensions. These researches, unknown to me when I wrote Worlds in Collision, coincide completely with my conclusions and their dating. In both these periods, the lake dwellings in Switzerland, Germany, northern Italy, and also in Scandinavia were overwhelmed by high water catastrophes and abandoned, the first time for 4 centuries, the second time never to be rebuilt. H. Gams and R. Norhaden showed with very extensive documentation that at these 2 time dates, the lakes of Europe were tilted, and many of them, like Esse and Federsee, were emptied of all their water. The Isartel in the Bavarian Alps was violently torn out, and this in very recent times, and in the Entel in the Tyrol, the many changes of riverbeds were indicative of ground movements on a great scale. H. D. Terra of the Carnegie Institute and Peterson of Harvard came to the conclusion that the Himalayas, in violent upheavals, reached their present form and height in the age of man, partly even in the time of advanced man. The same conclusion is made concerning the Andes, where, too, the upheaval must have been catastrophic. In the age of man, the Andes rose many thousands of feet amid volcanic activity. In the hills of Montreal and New Hampshire and in Michigan, 500 and 600 feet above sea level, bones of whales have been found. In many places on the earth, in all continents, bones of sea animals and polar land animals and tropical animals have been found in great melees. So also in the Cumberland Cave in Maryland, and in the Chakotine Fissure in China, and in Germany and Denmark. Hippopotami and ostriches were found together with seals and reindeer. Wherever we turn our interest, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, and from sunrise to sunset, in the high mountains and in the deep seas, we find innumerable signs of great upheavals, ancient and recent. A circular meteoric crater, Chubb crater, was discovered in the summer of 1950 in northern Labrador. It covers an area of 4 square miles. It is much larger than the Arizona crater, which is 4/5 of a mile in diameter, 2/3 of a square mile in area, whereas the Arizona crater could accommodate 2 million people in its amphitheater. The Chubb crater could accommodate 12 million people. It must have been created by the impact of an asteroid, according to the published opinion of geological authorities. The asteroid must have fallen about 4,000 years ago. Following or shortly preceding the discovery of the Chubb crater, several other large meteoric craters were discovered in Australia, Arabia, and Mexico. The tens of thousands of oval formations on the Atlantic coast of the United States, especially in the Carolinas, some of them attaining a length of a few miles each, were conclusively identified in a monograph by W.F. Prouty, 1952, as having been caused by a fall of large meteorites. And finally, the largest crater formations situated in Quebec north of Sept Isles in Canada, and occupying an area of 680 square miles. This is under investigation as to its meteoric origin by a group of Mines Department scientists led by Dr. M.J.S. Innes. Of the many other new developments in the field of geology, I would stress some of the results obtained by the radiocarbon method. The time of the Ice Age is moved much closer to our time. Instead of 25,000 years as the terminal date of the last glacial period, it is shown that 10,000 or 11,000 years ago, the ice was still advancing. And even with this low dating, there remain puzzling exceptions. Among them, the finding of mastodons and mammoths in strata only 3,500 years old. Moreover, organic vestiges in the drift of the last glaciation have been found to be of a radiocarbon age pointing to a time 3,500 years ago. Radiocarbon analysis of oil has also shown that in the deposits of the Gulf of Mexico, the age of the oil is measured in thousands of years, not millions. This destroys the main arguments the geologists have raised against the theory of the exogenous origin of some deposits of oil. Worlds in Collision, page 53 and 58, and 369. Hydrocarbons have been identified in cometary tails by spectral analysis. Also, carbohydrates, edible products. But here we are already outside the domain of geology and in the realm of astronomy. Worlds in Collision and recent finds in astronomy. In the years when the manuscript of Worlds in Collision was in the hands of the Macmillan Company, accepted for publication, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, and in the years following, though not yet published, 1946 to 49, the zodiacal light, or the glow seen in the evening sky after sunset, stretching in the path of the sun and other planets, ecliptic, the mysterious origin of which has for a long time occupied the minds of astronomers, has been explained in recent years as the reflection of the solar light from the two rings of dust particles, one following the orbit of Venus, the other in orbit between Mars and Jupiter, places where, according to Worlds in Collision, collisions of planets and a comet took place. The origin of asteroids, or small planets, that circle between Jupiter and Mars, some of which cross the orbit of Mars, and even that of the Earth, has lately been explained as the result of the explosion of a planet, or more recently, 1950, as the result of a collision between two planets in an early age. Kuiper. N.T. of the Perkins Observatory offered anew in his own explanation of the origin of the asteroids. They are remnants of a gigantic prehistoric comet. F. Whipple, upon calculating the orbits of the asteroids, came to the conclusion, 1950, two collisions occurred between these bodies and a comet once 4,700 years ago, and the second time 1,500 years ago. or within historical times. These dates of collision in the solar system are of the same order as those offered in Worlds in Collision. Deduced there from historical evidence and testimony of C. Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto, explained, 1950. The dark areas and the canals of Mars are resulting from collisions of Mars with asteroids. According to Worlds in Collision, Mars was involved in repeated collisions with large cometary masses. Actually, in January 1950, an explosion observed on Mars was interpreted by Upheaval as a collision with an asteroid. Clouds of dust of continental dimensions rose and screened surface features of the planet. O. Sturvey of Yerkes Observatory reviewed the achievements of astronomy during 1950, wrote that, by a bizarre coincidence, in that year, a deluge of sound papers on collisions within the solar system followed on the heels of Worlds in Collision. There are two theories concerning the origin of lunar craters. Their size is enormous. Nothing comparable is known on Earth. According to one theory, these craters are the result of a collision of the Moon with very large meteorites of the size of asteroids. According to the other theory, they are volcanic formations. Both theories assumed very violent events in which the celestial body closest to the Earth was involved. In Worlds in Collision, I offered the following explanation of the lunar craters, as well as of the seas of lava and the rifts of the lunar surface. During the great catastrophes, when the Moon, together with the terrestrial globe, passed through the fabric of a great comet, and again when in the 8th century before the present era, the Earth and the Moon were strongly perturbed by Mars. The Moon's surface flowed with lava and bubbled into great circular formations, which rapidly cooled off in the long lunar night, unprotected by an atmosphere from the coolness of cosmic spaces. In these cosmic collisions and near contacts, the surface of the Moon was also marked by clefts and rifts. If the circular formations on the Moon are these bubbles which collapsed, then probably there are smaller bubbles on the Moon that have not yet burst. Dr. H. Percy Wilkins, the English selenographer, actually found over 40 unexploded bubbles or domes on the Moon, several of which lie to the northeast of Copernicus crater. The largest of these is found within Darwin crater and is 20 miles in diameter. According to an article by F. Benario in Vega, 1953, I have expressed my opinion that many comets are of recent origin, and I have supported this view by reference to the frequency and luminosity of comets in the days of Imperial Rome in comparison to the number of comets visible to the unaided eye in the last centuries. This notion received vigorous confirmation in the extensive work on comets done in Soviet Russia by a leading authority on the subject, Professor S.K. Veskenviatsky. His research reveals that periodic comets, as observed during recent decades, are losing their luminosity and their matter at a rate so rapid that 50 or 60 revolutions suffice to degenerate a comet completely. Thus, the Halley comet can hardly go back beyond 3,500 years, or the year 1500 before the present era. In the last century, several comets with short periods have failed to return, having apparently lost all their matter, and a few others actually fell apart before the eyes of observers. The rapid decay of comets excludes the possibility that they have belonged to our solar system from the beginning, or from the time the planets were formed. The theory that sees in comets bodies that arrived from other solar systems has been generally abandoned. Velikovsky also shows why we must reject a theory of the capture of comets from a cloud of dust and gases through which our solar system presumably passed sometime in the past. He comes to the conclusion that the comets were born in eruptions from planets, even from satellites like our moon, where circular formations indicate violent events in the past. But the main activity must have taken place on Jupiter and Saturn, the major planets, as the form of orbits of the short-period comets suggests. This is a revival of the theory of R. Proctor, who 70 years ago ascribed the origin of the so-called Jovian family of comets, comprising the majority of comets of short periods, to eruptions from Jupiter. The gases of Jupiter and Saturn are in violent motion despite their low temperatures, yet the velocity necessary for escape from the major planets is so great, 60 kilometers per second from Jupiter, that Velikovsky admits not knowing the mechanism that could, in conditions presently prevailing on major planets, impart this velocity to the exploded matter. Nevertheless, Velikovsky insists that in the recent past, conditions on these planets must have been such that this was possible, even if these conditions cannot be defined. He emphasizes that by casting off the exploded matter, planets must have changed their own masses and consequently their orbits. They must also have experienced recoils. And that's what I thought. Shedding matter while they're moving away. Guess that would be acclimating their charge, wouldn't it? In the publications of the Kiev Observatory for 1953, Velikovsky says, "The history of the planetary system was characterized, we assume, by definitely more rapid changes and more active physical processes than appeared when only gravitational interrelations in the solar system were taken into account. All this is in complete harmony with the conclusions at which I arrived in Worlds in Collision. Concerning the time, a few thousand years ago, of the birth of comets of short periods and their origin by eruption from the planets, especially the major planets. There I also explained the forces or conditions that caused the major planets to eject the cometary masses. The near collision between major planets brought about the birth of comets. Now my claim, based on historical material, that the composition of the solar system was changed in historical times, is given the support of observation and calculation. The electromagnetic nature of the universe, deduced in Worlds in Collision from a series of historical phenomena, is supported by another series of recent observations. At Evans Signal Laboratory of the United States Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, researchers conducting pioneer experiments on the reception of radar echoes from the moon detected noises coming from the sun. These noises point to discharges of strong potentials. In the fall of 1947, at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science, Sir Edmund Appleton reported that radio noises coming from the sun coincide with solar flares. According to him, a sunspot is the most powerful ultra-short-wave radio station known, its power being much greater than 1,000,000 kilowatts. In 1948 and 49, Donald Menzel produced motion pictures of prominences or explosions of matter on the sun. They were made at the Solar Observatory in Climax, Colorado. What a name. The exposed matter rose at a very great speed to immense heights, all the time gaining in velocity, and then descended to the sun, not on a curved path as a missile would do, but by retreating on the path it covered, comparable to a missile reversing its direction and returning to its point of departure. Moreover, the velocity of its descent was without the acceleration expected in a fall, and this, too, was in violation of gravitational mechanics. It has been observed that when perturbances or surges of exploded matter on the sun run into one another, both of them recoil violently. Such observation was made by McMath and Sawyer, and on another occasion by Lyot. The conclusion drawn by E. Pettit of the Mount Wilson Observatory in 1951 is that solar perturbances are electrically charged. Above the perturbances, the coronal structure is often bent into the form of an arch, sometimes into several concentric arches. This is additional evidence of the electrical nature of the perturbances and corona. In the configuration of the cometary nuclei and tails, there was found good evidence that all particles in the comet influence the motion of each other, and in the configuration of the streamers in the tails of many comets strongly indicate a mutual repulsion. Thus wrote Professor N.T. Velikovsky, director of the Perkins Observatory, 1951, it is also calculated that the repulsion of the tails of the comets by the sun is 20,000 times stronger than the gravitational attraction. And the implication is that it cannot be caused by the pressure of light, as previously thought, and that electrical repulsion must be in action. From spectral analysis, it is known that the cometary tails do not shine merely by reflected light, and that their light is not caused by combustion either, but most probably is an electrical effect comparable to the effect of a Geissler tube. In order to explain the general magnetic field of the terrestrial globe, Dr. E.C. Bullard of Great Britain's National Physical Laboratory assumed electrical currents in the liquid metal core of the Earth. The polar lights have been explained by various scientists as electrical charges arriving from the sun. Following disturbances on the sun, there is an immediate disturbance in the ionosphere and radio transmission, ground currents, and the magnetic field of the Earth. There is also a second retarded but pronounced reaction about 25 hours later, and auroral displays. In 1948, Enrico Fermi explained the electromagnetically high charges of the cosmic rays as a result of the positive particles having traveled through magnetic fields in space. In 1951, Richmeyer and Teller followed an earlier idea of Swan, explained these charges as originating from the sun. Protons and heavy nuclei could be accelerated to the enormous velocity of cosmic ray particles by an extended magnetic field of solar origin. Both theories assume the existence of magnetic fields in space. I could add to this that if the Earth is a negatively charged body, the great energy with which positive charges, the cosmic rays, rush toward the Earth is not in the least enigmatic. Holy crap. Kind of gives pause for those microbursts that one guy talks about. I mean, the sun could probably sneeze half an Earth and send it our way, and it would immediately bury whatever it landed on. And maybe that's the reason oceans become mountains and mountains become oceans. Come to think of it, that's a scary thought. It would just be a matter of time. I hope those are giant spaceships shooting whatever comes out of the sun. And you got all these billionaires talking about getting off planet. See, what do they know that we don't? Well, maybe we're learning. We are entering a magnetic fluff that we're going to be in for 10,000 years, as a matter of fact. It's in my next space show. Maybe I should read it now. plus the sun is at like an all-time minimum. Man, I'm gonna have to find out what Thunderbolts has to say about that. A negatively charged body attracts positive charges. At Mount Wilson Observatory, Harold Babcock determined, 1947, that some of the fixed stars possess general magnetic fields of great intensity. Babcock's the guy who fired Halton Arp. One of the stars was found to reverse its polarity every 9 days, from plus 7,000 Gauss to minus 6,300 Gauss. This may be understood as a sign that the star is rotating, turning another pole to us every 9 days. The star shows no Zeeman effect in between. That is, when the observer is in the plane of the equatorial belt of the star, in the same position in which we are permanently in relation to our sun. In 1952, the Royal Astronomer Sir Harold Spencer Jones estimated that magnetic properties were established in more than 100 stars, and the number of identified magnetic stars is rapidly growing. I have not heard of magnetic stars until just recently. Several years ago, Dr. J.S. Hall of the United States Naval Observatory and Dr. W. Hiltner of Yerkes Observatory, actually it's Yerkes, Wikipedia says to pronounce it that way, Yerkes Observatory found that the light from certain stars is strongly polarized. It was surmised that starlight must pass through particles of magnetized interstellar dust. The question raised was why the particles of dust should all be orientated in the same direction as their magnetic axis. However, if these clouds of dust are electrically charged and in motion, the common magnetic orientation of these particles is only natural. In 1950, W. Bade of Palomar and L. Spitzer of Princeton offered a theory of colliding galaxies. By November 1952, it was definitely spoken of as a titanic collision of two giant star clusters behind the constellation Cygnus, the swan, of the Milky Way. The fact of the big crash was substantiated by strong evidence. The radio noises coming from beyond the Milky Way and sifted through it. Galaxies, each as large as the Milky Way, with numberless stars, were riding one through another, colliding and sending out a terrible SOS through the universe in the form of anguished radio noises. These signals were interpreted by Bade and K. Minkowski as the reverberations of crashes on a galactic scale. After millions of years of traveling with the velocity of light, these signals reached our radio telescopes as clearly audible noises. They left the place of the catastrophe so long ago. Yet, because of the magnitude of galaxies, the collision is possibly still going on. The signals that are emitted today will reach our solar system when our sun may have already turned into a dwarf star and our planet into clouds of dust. No. Not only the fact of the collision of galaxies startled the astronomers, but even more the medium through which it became known. The colliding galaxies send electromagnetic signals, thus evidencing the electromagnetic structure of galaxies and of the very space of the universe. By August 1953, the statement was made that another celestial host of stars was charging on a rival galaxy in the direction of the sky where we see the Crab Nebula, and still another collision was going on behind the constellation Cassiopeia. In March 1951 issue of RCA Review, John H. Nelson of the Engineering Department of RCA Communications Incorporated, that's Radio Corporation of America, corporation or company, announced the results of several years of careful observations on the dependence of regular radio transmission on the position of planets in the solar system. He drew graphs and wrote, "It can be readily seen from these graphs that disturbed conditions show good correlation with planetary configurations. It is definitely shown that each of the 6 planets studied is effective in some configurations." The press reported evidence of a strange and unexplained correlation between the positions of Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars in their orbits around the Sun and the presence of violent electrical disturbances in the Earth's upper atmosphere seems to indicate that the planets and the Sun share in a cosmic electrical balance mechanism that extends 1 billion miles from the center of our solar system. Such an electrical balance is not accounted for in current astrophysical theories. Short-wave frequencies are disturbed when Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars line up, either in a straight line or at right angles to one another. Nelson emphasized that the phenomenon is not due to gravitational effect or tidal poles between planets and the Sun. Actually, the phenomenon indicates that the planets are electrically charged bodies. In this connection, the older theory of a direct but unexplained relation between the revolution of Jupiter and the sunspot cycle is seen in a new light. Also, the observation of Stetson of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that the moon affects radio reception. It is twice as good when the moon is under the horizon as when it is overhead. Belongs in the same category as Nelson's observation of planetary influences on the ionosphere. Stetson thought this effect was caused by some radiation emanating from the moon. For a neutral moon could not produce the phenomenon. In 1953, the strange fact was established that the solar tides in the Earth's atmosphere are 16 times more powerful than the lunar tides in the atmosphere, a fact in complete conflict with the tidal theory, according to which the action of the moon on oceanic tides is several times more powerful than that of the Sun. The 50-fold discrepancy is still without an acceptable explanation. These are only a few of the recent discoveries that make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. Make a revision of the mechanistic concept of the universe quite mandatory. That's something. You know, I've learned more just from reading this essay or speech than I have watching the last 10 or 15 mainstream programs. You just learn the same stuff over there. They would never tell us things like this. Exactly because of the accuracy achieved without reckoning with forces that appear to exist. Celestial mechanics, a solid work of great mathematical minds for almost 3 centuries, may seem even more in need of such revision. All this has little direct bearing on the story of Worlds in Collision, which claims only the effect to be expected if a magnetic body like the Earth should come very close to another magnetic body. It was my skepticism concerning the infallibility of the celestial mechanics, which assumes the celestial bodies to be electrically and magnetically sterile. That was the real cause of the emotional outburst. Let us think of a binary or double star. Both stars revolve around each other, or a common center. A half-revolution period of a few days, or only hours, is common. Let us assume that the stars of the binary are magnets, 7,000 Gauss strong. It is immediately obvious that even should the electrical component of the electromagnets be disregarded, these stars are not moving in a system purely mechanical. But this is enough to render the purely mechanical celestial system fallible, in respect also to single stars, and equally so to the Sun and its planets. In Jupiter and its moons, we have several not unlike the solar family. The planet is cold, yet its gases are in motion. It appears probable to me that it sends out radio noises, as do the Sun and the stars. I suggest that this be investigated. Uranus is the only planet about which we know that for a considerable part of its revolution it turns one of its poles toward us. If the gases on Uranus are not in turbulent motion, but have a smooth reflecting surface, I would expect the solar light reflected from the polar regions of Uranus to be polarized. As is well known, light reflected from the poles of a magnet is polarized. It is generally thought that the magnetic field of the Earth does not sensitively reach to the Moon, but there is a way to find out whether it does or not. The Moon makes daily rocking movements. They found out that it does. Liberations of latitude, some of which are explained by no theory. I suggest investigating whether these unaccounted liberations are synchronized with the daily revolutions of the magnetic poles of the Earth around its geographical poles. C. Payne Gaposchkin of Harvard, who in the last years has written many long articles against the theory of worlds in collision, in which she asserted that the celestial bodies could not possibly possess electrostatic charges enough to produce any of the observed effects on the motion within the solar system, now makes, in the September 1953 issue of the Scientific American, this confession. 10 years ago, in our hypothesis of cosmic evolution, we were thinking in terms of gravitation and light pressure. Light pressure. That's almost ridiculous. Tomorrow, we may contemplate a galaxy that is essentially a gravitating turbulent electromagnet. There will be more concessions as time goes on. Our Sun and its planets are not outside a galaxy. They are not unique or an exception in the plan of the universe. I like to tell this story. Once in the twilight hour, a visitor came to my study, a distinguished-looking gentleman. He brought me a manuscript dealing with celestial mechanics. This is my favorite one, after a glance at some of the pages, I had the feeling that this was the work of a mathematical genius. I entered into a conversation with my visitor and mentioned the name of James Clerk Maxwell. My guest asked, "Who is he?" Embarrassed, I answered, "You know, the scientist who gave a theoretical explanation of the experiments of Faraday."
"And who is Faraday?" inquired the stranger.
In growing embarrassment, I said, "Of course, the man who did the pioneer work in electromagnetism."
"And what is electromagnetism?"
asked the gentleman. "What is your name?" I inquired. He answered,
"Isaac Newton."
I awoke. On my knees was an open volume, Newton's Principia. This story is told to illustrate what I have said before. Would you listen to anybody discuss the mechanics of the spheres who does not know the elementary physical forces existing in nature? But this is the position adopted by astronomers, who acclaim as infallible a celestial mechanics conceived in the 1660s, in which electricity and magnetism play not the slightest role. In the fields of archaeology, geology, and astronomy, the last few years have brought a vast array of facts to corroborate the claim made in Worlds in Collision that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and that the nature of these agents may be identified, although I arrived at results in conflict with orthodox beliefs. Yet, recent years have disclosed new observations and findings, all in support and none in refutation. What I want to impress upon you is that science today, as in the days of Newton, lies before us as a great uncharted ocean, and we have not yet sailed very far from the coast of ignorance. In the study of the human soul, we have learned only a few mechanisms of behavior as directed from the subconscious mind, but we do not know what thinking is or what memory is. And in biology, we do not know what life is. The age of basic discoveries is not yet at its end, and you are not latecomers, for whom no fundamentals are left to discover. As I see so many of you today, I visualize some of you 10 or 20 or 30 years from now as fortunate discoverers, those of you who possess inquisitive and challenging minds, the will to persist, and the urge to store knowledge. Don't be afraid to face facts, and never lose your ability to ask the question, why and how? Be in this like a child. Don't be afraid of ridicule. Think of the history of all the great discoveries. I quote Alfred North Whitehead. If you have had your attention directed to the novelties of thought in your own lifetime, you will have observed that almost all really new ideas have a certain aspect of foolishness when they are first produced. Therefore, dare, and should even the great ones of your age try to discourage you, think of the greatest scientist of antiquity, Archimedes, who jeered at the theory of Aristarchus, 25 years his senior, that the earth revolves around the sun. Untruth in science may live for centuries, and you may not see yourself vindicated. But dare. Don't persist in your idea if the facts are against it, but do persist if you see facts gathering on your side. It may be that even the strongest opposition, that of figures, will crumble before the facts. The greatest mathematician who ever walked on these shores, Simon Newcomb, proved in 1903 that a flying machine carrying a pilot is a mathematical impossibility. In the same year of 1903, the Wright brothers, without mathematics, but by a fact, proved him wrong. In religion, the great revelations and the great authorities, the founding fathers, belong to the past, and the older the authority, the greater it is. In science, unlike religion, the great revelations lie in the future. But coming generations are the authorities, and the pupil is greater than the master. If he has the gift to see things anew, all fruitful ideas have been conceived in the minds of the nonconformists, for whom the known was still unknown, and who often went back to begin where others passed by, sure of their way. The truth of today was the hearsay of yesterday. Imagination coupled with skepticism and an ability to wonder, if you possess these bountiful, nature will hand you some of the secrets out of her inexhaustible store. The pleasure you will experience in discovering truth will repay you for your work. Don't expect other compensation, because it may not come yet. Dare. Excellent. Hear, hear. All those years ago, he gave this speech. It must have seemed that they were on the precipice of changing the paradigm, and it was just a matter of time. 60-some years later, with the same paradigm. Amazing.